Hey, I'm Nashi.
I'm Rezlar.
And I'm Frosty. Welcome back to the Value Pack.
Hold on, I have to gear check Nash right now. Alright, that is some bull jabber. Dude, he CC'd me out of dance. What's happening? Rezlar!
People look at you like you're crazy, and they refuse to admit that it's pay to win, and just scream that it's pay to convenience! It's pay to convenience!
Big money, big money, big money,
Big
money!
money!
Oh shit, we got it! We fucking got it! And welcome everybody to another episode of the Value Pack. We are back. Took last week off because a lot of shit was happening. They were dropping content, schedules were clashing, Frosty was sick, still feeling kinda but better. Your voice is just still a little messed up, right?
Yeah, it sounds super weird today.
Okay, dude, let's calm down. What, do you feel better though? Like,
I do. I feel a lot better.
that's good at least.
I've been feeling better since probably Thursday. I started feeling a lot better, but yeah, I had a couple days in there that were rough, man. Couple days where I'm like tossing and turning in bed, and then I have like a horrible fever, and I am like Miss Rossi calls it man flu, where I'm just whining like a brat the whole time because everything hurts and everything bothers me.
So you mean just my permanent state of existence?
Yeah, your permanent state.
Yeah, okay.
Man
Man flu. I like it. Okay.
It was rough. I feel better though.
Yeah.
Where's the fucking patch notes for this week? They had all these little mini update posts.
Yeah, I know. It can be so hard to parse through everything. Nayashi is not here, and we have no idea where he is. Hopefully he'll be joining us, especially since we got to talk about the Musa and Maewa nerfs. We also got to talk about artifacts and the Lightstones. And I also have here new Gyfin solo spot, which I didn't know that there was any update on that, aside from they were working on it. So I'm out of the loop on that one. But before we get to any of that, we got to thank our patrons, Garmoth.com, Hawaiian, I Has Issues, Jeremy Johnson, Melt on Your Mouth, Manaria, Slide Tech, Talus X Septum, thanks, and Wavesy. Appreciate you guys, as well as all the subs on our individual Twitch streams, which you can find in the description down below. Alrighty. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So much stuff to talk about. Actually, not a lot of topics, but topics that we got to spend quite a bit of time on.
Right. I think only the nerfs really should be quick.
Yeah. You know, is there a lot of mechanics with this Gyfin spot or something?
No, but I feel like it'll lead into Elvia talk.
Oh boy. Okay. Fair enough. Well, that's we got that last. So let's talk about first thing on the list, the thing that everyone's been excited about and happy about. Blader nerfs.
Almost everyone.
Almost everyone.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on these. They got their nerfs. Bladers and Lahn got their nerfs. I did some damage tests, and I got a few people in BA. We did a few tests on stream, and I did a few extra ones off stream, but essentially their damage is still really, 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 really good. And really, 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 really high. It's just not all from fiery. And weirdly, Below the Belt still does a lot of damage, considering how big the nerf was to it. But I guess it's because the extra attack on it only got a little bit of a nerf, I guess, compared to the first part. But yeah, it still hits really hard. So while the nerf is definitely noticeable, and it is big, it is a big nerf, they still have enough tools that like they can blow people up pretty quickly. And we had a 4v4 on Thursday with a bunch of the T2 guilds. Like there was Cho Nation, Vertex, Black Rose, Apocalypse, Corrupt, Brutal Family, and I went through the war scores of about 6 of the guilds, and there was still like on average like 3 Musas in the top 10 of every guild, so they were fine.
What you're saying is that the dead class in PA obviously hates bladers.
It's not playable anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely seems like, I mean, obviously all of the flavor of the month rerollers have gotten off of it, which, like, thank God, because that's been really annoying to deal with.
I don't know. I think some of them fell in love with it and are staying on it, honestly.
Well, I think most of them have gotten off of it though.
Most of the hardcore ones that only want the freest of free, yeah, those ones are not
Yes. Yeah. So I guess the next question is, what are those people playing now?
there. It's hard to say. I feel like there's an assortment of different ones. So the more
Yeah.
ratty ones that only really care about like 1v1 or RBF, a lot of them are on Sukuno, Awaken DK. I guess some went to Ninja. Trying to think off the top of my head, but there's a lot of Suck Zerkers and a lot of Sorks too. So
Zork.
there's a lot of Sorks, man. Sork is
I thought Sork was dead after the rework.
no, you didn't think that. There's a lot of Sorks, dude. Sorks are all over the place. In every aspect of the game. It's like, it's weird because I feel like if you go to Battle Arena, you have a bunch of Kunos that want to duel you, and then you go to RBF, and it's a little bit fewer Kunos, but still a lot of Kunos, and then a lot of Sorks, and a lot of DKs, and a lot of Zerkers, and then you go to Node War, like big Node Wars, and it's like there's no Kunos, and then like a massive amount of Sorks and Zerkers.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Let me on the topic of RBF, I kind of had this thought the other day, and I wanted to kind of get your opinion on it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm probably gonna get a lot of shit for saying this, but I had this thought where, ironically, with the state of damage right now being as high as it is, RBF DR actually feels fine. Thoughts?
Well, here's the problem. I could understand that feeling, to be honest. I totally understand that. But the problem is it's like hiding the problems that exist everywhere else in the game. And RBFDR is so like random. Like, okay, so for example, if a class has front-loaded damage and then their damage tapers off, because you hit someone really hard early, you can't kill them later. So this is an issue with, like, you feel it a lot on Awaken Kuno, where like you shadow stomp into Half Moon, into Halo, into Moonstorm, and it chunks them down real fast. And then you spin spree, and it looks like your spin spree got shadow nerfed because of RBFDR, and you're like, that's crazy. His health actually didn't move for that entire attack because they just got all of their DR in the front. So it's like, it's not like the same for everybody, if that makes sense. Like if a Zerker, well, I guess a Zerker has enough damage in the end of their combo, but I was going to say like an Awakened Zerker Titan blows someone, it's going to instantly give them RBFDR and probably a pretty high amount. And then any other class that goes to try to follow up is like, God damn, this guy's tanky, man. How'd that Zerker do so much damage? You know, it's like, I don't know. It's like kind of weird. But I understand what you're saying. The problem is it's like the really geared people can overcome it, and the ones that aren't geared can't. The RBFDR doesn't help them, really.
Right.
I mean, you're still dying, right? I mean...
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, I'm not surviving or anything. I don't know. It was just a thought that I had, where it's like, it's kind of ironic that, at least it feels to me like they accidentally, so they add RBFDR, which makes RBF awful. And then through the reboots, via the reboots, they skyrocket damage so much that now it's like, RBFDR kind of nice sometimes. Like, honestly, makes combat a little more like bearable. And this is not me saying like put RBFDR in open world or anything. Absolutely not. It's just kind of funny that it like they did that presumably completely on accident, which is kind of funny. I don't know. It was just a thought I had the other day.
Well, there's some people like Evleave is saying, I don't think Valencia has RBFDR, and I thought the same thing for a while, and the only reason I realized after that I actually thought that is because of the circles damage reduction. But when you're fighting outside, because it reduces so much damage that the RBFDR doesn't have that much of an impact, like you're still going to die. Or I mean, it increases damage, it reduces your tankiness inside that circle. But now that circle only affects one side, and I've had way more fights outside, like RBFDR is definitely there.
It's 100% in
Yeah,
there.
it's definitely there. It's just
100%.
when you're inside the circles, it doesn't really feel like it because your defensive stats are capped or reduced or whatever.
Yeah. I've had a lot of moments in RBF since the reboots where I'm like, the only reason I lived there.
Uh-oh. Razar? Razar cut out. Is he gone? Did I cut out?
I DC'd.
You're back. Okay, you're back.
Hello, I'm back. I think my game is still not here though. What's happening with my game? Oh, reloading.
There you go.
All right. Well, where was I? So yeah, it definitely works. There's definitely been some moments where I'm like, the only reason I live there is because of RBFDR, like 1000%. Because it's exactly what you said, right? Like my health is like ticking down like pretty quickly, and then it's like as I get closer to 0, right? It's just like, hey, now I'm invincible for some reason. Neat.
Yeah, there are definitely times where like 3 people are hitting me and I'm at like 10% and I'm like, oh my God, am I actually going to live this? And I'm down to 5% and I leave when like there's no reason why 3 people attack me. I should have survived, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But then sometimes it's like you said, it's so random because like DK will just like walk up like to skill me. I'm like, neat. That's cool. Like, nice. But then like other times it'll be like, I don't know. It's just so weird how it's like sometimes it feels like it's like, okay, it's definitely working here. Definitely a lot tankier. Definitely can feel it. And then other times you're just sitting there going, did they remove it? What happened? Where? Why? What?
Yeah. All right. So Mawa also got nerfed.
Yes.
This one is weird because the nerfs weren't as harsh as the Musa ones, but I think that Mawa's all of the ones I talked to were like it's pretty noticeable. Like and it feels really noticeable. So but their combo damage is still fast and they still have like other alternatives. So most have told me that it's not so bad, but that I know Bask actually sent me a DM and said this is my first time getting nerfed that I can remember, like a significant nerf, and it definitely feels bad. Like getting a nerf, like he was saying, just like in general, like regardless of like, oh, the Mawa or whatever, just like that feeling of like, oh my God, my damage is less and I've been used to higher damage. Like this is an awful feeling. You know, and he was like, I can make do, but goddamn, man, if I had this for like a year and then it got nerfed, I can't even imagine.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, getting nerfed sucks, man. But you know, for the greater good or something, I guess. Also, we should update on Nayashe. He did message us in our group chat and say that he is not feeling well today, so he is going to have to miss, which is unfortunate because again, we wanted to have everybody here for the artifact discussion. So fuck, but I mean, at this point, we're already too far in. So
yeah, it's all right. And then
it's
lastly,
right.
the Lahn nerfs. The Lahn nerfs are to me, the Deadly Dance specifically was really, really significant. I don't know. So I tested with Multi. He had 321 AP and it did like 900 damage to me. Like Deadly Dance, the spin with the float and everything. And he did it multiple times and never did more than like 1,000 damage. In a combo, if I'm like fully debuffed and stuff, like people could get it over that, but it was pretty significant. Like that spin that was just like blowing people up definitely does way less damage. It's like super noticeable. Yeah. And then Bridal Despair, I don't know, it's weird because like I feel like Lawns don't all agree on how to use Bridal Despair. Like some Lawns are like, that skill's shit anyway, you shouldn't really be using it, and then other Lawns like always use it. So that one's like half and half. I don't know, but the damage difference on it is definitely noticeable.
I'm gonna show my ignorance for a second and ask which one is Bridal Despair.
So Bridal Despair is the one where they press SR and B, and the 2 blades kind of come out on the left and the right and spin in front of her.
Ah, yes. Yeah. Okay, got it.
Yeah, and that one doesn't have any special attacks, so you don't get down attack or air attack or anything from it when you're using it. It's always kind of the same damage with just its crits. Yeah. So there's that. And then Mystic got some buffs. Wave Warp does a little more damage. Rapid Stream does a little more damage. The other two skills do about the same. And Rising Dragon has a bigger DP debuff. And Spiral Torpedo with the core skill no longer has a gap when flowing into gushing waters. And that's about it. I don't know if it's significant enough, but also the buffs for PvE for all 4 of their abilities. Which is interesting because they're already pretty good in PvE, so it kind of gives me hope that maybe someone in chat is saying Lahn is fine. She just needs some damage for PvE. I don't know where that's coming from.
Yeah, what? Is that a meme?
I don't know.
That's a meme, right? Surely.
Yeah, I don't know. Alexios, I don't know what you're talking about. You're
I am being
trolling.
informed that Ham uses the Unbridled skill. So if he says it's good or if he uses it, then I believe him. That man's a crazy Lahn.
Well, here's the thing about that that's interesting, because I've run into Ham 4 times in the last 3 weeks, and every time he is on Succession Lahn in these Node Wars.
True. Yeah.
So he's definitely not using it on Succession Lahn, at least not in Node War. But I'm not. I definitely think Lahns use it. They have, when like someone like when they're like, that skill's dog shit, but they use it all the time anyway. That's what people do with this skill.
It's basically what Zerkers used to do with their 4th grab. How it's like, yeah, this grab's really awful, you should never use it, and then they constantly use it all the time.
I think a better example is Awakened Striker. Awakened Striker is like, we lock that grab. But what they never tell you is that it's on their hotbar and they still use it every time it was off cooldown.
Yeah. yeah.
That's what it's like. That's so weird that you lock that grab, but every time I duel you for an hour, I get grabbed by the Awakened grab like 40 times. I guess, yeah. Must be rough having that locked grab, Anyway, so yeah, it's but that nerf is significant. I think Deadly Dance and Unbridled, like that one was really noticeable. The Musa ones, my personal experience with fighting Musas in that Node War that we had on Thursday was I could fight them at like if they were just throwing damage, like I had a moment where like my HP would go down and down and down versus like up they used one ability, I have to run for my life.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
they actually have to use like 3 skills to kill you now instead of Fiery.
Yeah, so they usually open with Fiery because obviously it's so safe and it's a big AoE CC attempt. If they feel like they've caught you off guard, they'll open with their 10% BSR, which does still do a lot of damage, but it's not protected, so it has a little bit more risk. And I think that's a cool dynamic. Like Fiery doing everything, killing you, and being their safe CC attempt was crazy. Anyway, so it feels a lot better now. I don't know. I think Musas feel pretty all right. Damage overall in the game is obviously too high, but if you nerfed Musas further, then it wouldn't, in my opinion, wouldn't really make sense. I mean, maybe I'll eat my words in like 3 weeks when there's nothing but Musas again. But for now, it seems
I would say right now the nerfs feel pretty sufficient enough. Again, opinions can change. Maybe Musas discover, hey, there's this other ability that we weren't using before that's insane. But I don't know. As long as I'm not being literally one hit by Fiery Crevice standing up, like I'm good with the nerfs right now. Like let's refigure out like if something else needs to happen. Not do anything knee jerk, right?
Yeah. Yep. Like
so the next class to get nerfed is Suck Ranger, right?
Well, look, I have to caveat this because people get mad, and Suck Kuno is too strong and needs nerfs.
Yes.
All right, now separately from that, what's actually impacting the game is Suck Ranger does way too much fucking damage.
Yes.
Way too much damage.
So I believe I said this like before, but in terms of like the waves of nerfs that need to come out, wave 2 was obviously Blader. I don't know why Lahn got mixed up in that as well. I think Lahn probably was doing too much damage, so like sure, but like why that came in wave 1 I'm a bit confused about, right? But Blader definitely need to happen in round 1. Okay, that's done now. Arguably I would have replaced Lahn with Suckzerker, but that's fine. Wave 2 has to be range damage, and it has to be Suck Ranger. You can also need to nerf Titan Blow. And maybe take a look at Archer. I think Archer's kind of fine. Maybe just some really, really, really minor changes. And then that's good. Wave 2 needs to address range damage. Then I think Wave 3 is where you should see like where the Kuno nerfs would go, right?
I mean, I'm
And
happy
that's
with
also
getting it
where
done early.
hopefully-
I want people off my class, so just get it done in wave 2.
Just do it now. Just hot fix it,
Yeah.
please.
Look, here's the thing with Rangers. So I again, I have to do all these caveats because Rangers get so angry. It's not that I think you guys are good in 1v1. I know you're not, and you didn't get what you needed to become good in 1v1. And that I still believe should happen. But separately from that, you guys are really good in large scale, and when there's that much range damage, it's not just Rangers, but when there's so much range damage going around, it makes it like impossible for like 19 of the classes not named Sork to move around at all.
Yeah, and to be fair, they're not all the range damage that is the problem. But as far as like how much of the problem is Suck Ranger, it's a pretty good amount. I'd probably say it's like at least 50% Suck Ranger in terms of the problem with range damage right now in large scale.
Yeah. I don't even
It's
know.
like 50% Suck Ranger, 30% Titan Blow, and then like 20% all the other classes.
Yeah, they love range damage in this game. They like adding more of it. I mean, it's the thing is like I feel bad for Rangers because it was like leading into the reworks. If you really were a big like Suck Ranger fan from the beginning, then you're like, man, I hope we just get some PvE buffs, and I hope we get some ways to defend ourselves in 1v1. It'd be really cool to go battle arena with our friends. And then it's like, nah, we're just gonna add a bunch of damage.
Just a bunch of damage so that you can do what you already did really well, even better.
Yeah. I mean, it's
but then we're also gonna add Titan Blow, which is like kind of a Suck Ranger counter.
Yeah, that frontal guard damage with CC is kind of cracked, dude.
Yeah. They're like you can kill Suck Ranger really easily. You just have to like go and catch them. It's like, no, you don't have to go and catch them. You catch them from where they're shooting you from with Titan Blow. Easy.
I see a lot of people complain about Awaken DK and Awaken Sork.
Yes. Yeah.
What are your feelings on those two classes? Because I know you've always hated Sorks, and
Sork is
kind of stronger than
should
ever.
be removed from the game. Let's just get that out of the way right out the gate. Yeah. Well, I personally I have always for a while now, basically since Awakenings came out, have had major questions about the balancing of iframes. I think the ability to completely nullify damage as damage continues to skyrocket becomes an increasingly valuable protection compared to the other two that they don't seem to really appreciate very well. And then as far as DK goes, that it's just kind of like Suck Ranger but closer range. Like it's doing insane damage, which I mean I know everybody's doing a lot of damage right now, but the amount of damage that they're doing is actually crazy. And they're doing it from a fairly safe distance. It's basically just like slightly worse Suck Ranger because they have to be in closer, right? I mean, you can make an argument that they can defend themselves better if they get jumped on too, right? They're not so one note like Suck Ranger is. If you get on a Suck Ranger, odds are you can take care of business, but can't really say the same for Awaken DK. They have a lot of opportunities to outplay you.
Yeah, that's the thing that sucks. That's why I feel bad. Like, anytime I even say like the Suck Ranger damage is too high, I feel bad because I know if they get gap closed on, they go into panic mode.
Yeah.
Which some classes don't have to do that, but that's why I hope whatever. If there are nerfs, I always go. I root for more subtle nerfs. You know, something real subtle, nothing crazy. All right, someone in chat keeps saying the only reason people get blown up is because protected area doesn't exist, and that, quote, range damage has always been high. If you think any of the range damage in the game has ever been as high as Titan Blow and Suck Rangers right now, you have not been playing the game. I'm sorry, you just haven't. You've been completely out of the game for too long that you're misremembering what damage is like.
protected area was never a solution for range damage, right? It's kind of the same thing with RBFDR. It's not solving the problem. It's just kind of hiding it. It's not
Hides it for
you
8
shouldn't- you
seconds.
should-
It makes everyone required to have 25 wizards and witches in their guild.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
Horrible
It's
solution.
it's not a solution to that problem. So the idea that like, oh, it's because we're missing PA that we that damage is so high right now. It's like not really. I mean, would PA mitigate some of the effects of the high damage? Obviously, it reduces your damage taken, but it's not a good solution for it at the end of the day, no matter what.
Yeah. So again, and this is the same thing I was discussing the other day. So someone was saying, I was arguing with some people the other day about this, but someone's saying it today that, quote, suck ranger damage feels like the trade-off is that you die the moment someone looks at you. So the problem is that's true in like a 1v1, right? Or maybe even a 3v3 if someone gap closes on you. But in large scale, I went through a bunch of different guilds, war scores, to show this on stream the other day, and rangers oftentimes have the fewest deaths of anybody in their entire guild. So in large scale, that's not really the case because they're hiding behind everybody. And it's like a lot easier said than done to just run right through an entire ball to get to the ranger and ignore everybody else.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like you said, right? It's you feel bad because that's absolutely true in like a 1v1 context and in a small scale context as well, right? If you don't have a teammate that can like peel for you super well. But in large scale context, if a ranger knows even the basics of like positioning, it's really easy to avoid that situation. Doubly so if you have teammates that are actively looking for rats trying to dive your ranger, right?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just so, again, I think you guys should be able to defend yourself when you get gap close. And it'd be nice if, I don't know, that Ranger got the weirdest, well, not, I mean, some other ones have some weird ones too, but Ranger got the weirdest awakening skills for their succession kit.
Really?
Like, I almost wonder why, like, so they have regeneration and nature's tremble. I wonder what it would be like if it was a little bit more like Lahn and they got wind step instead of either regeneration or nature's tremble. Because like their movement is so weird. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Right.
There's some times where I dream of, I've like, man, how crazy would that be? Wind step in Awakening is their 2-second cooldown iframe like dash, just the normal Awaken Ranger dash. Anyway, it'd be kind of interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I'm actually curious in like 2 weeks. So the tag event got extended to February 16th, but I'm really curious and interested to see in mid-February, like, what is everyone playing?
Mm-hmm.
Since it does kind of change a lot recently. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. I don't know. You know, as even though it does sound like all we're doing is whining and complaining, there is kind of a pretty big variety of classes in large scale that I've noticed. Like way more than I normally saw, at least at the high end. Like there literally weren't Maywas before. And now you see Maywas. And there were only like really good DKs. And now there's a lot of DKs. And there weren't Kunos. Like if I went to a Node War, it was like I was the Kuno and then all of the other Kunos were on a Nova. And like now, I don't know, I kind of see a little bit of everything now. It's just like a couple classes there's a lot of, but I still see like a decent variety. So it's kind of interesting. I don't know. And I was asking the other day, obviously this isn't any like official information, but it was like despite all of the balance issues that are in the game, it was like, are you having more fun on the class that you actually enjoy after the rework than you were before the rework? And like 95% of the people that answered were like, yes, way more. There's something to be said about that.
I think at the end of the day, like
Except
need
tamers.
to-
Yeah, the question wasn't for tamers.
Yeah, the question wasn't for tamers. People need people need to remember that balance, like true balance, is like actually unachievable, right? So all you can do is get as close as you can. And whenever you rework huge portions of your game, it's really hard to nail it right off the bat, right? And I think it's also incorrect to kind of like knee jerk like change things, right? So I'm actually as much as like yeah, Musa needed to be nerfed, and like it would have been nice if it happened sooner. I'm actually am kind of glad that they're taking this approach of like, let's gather some data for like a few weeks, gather some opinions, like see what people are saying, what they're feeling, and then like go from there instead of just like, well, Reddit is like saying this, so we gotta fix it immediately, like right now, next patch coming out global, right? So I think that if they keep doing what they're doing, which seems to be like take it slow, see what people are playing, see what people are constantly like re-rolling to with this tag event, right? See what people are complaining about, and then see what, what is the smart way to kind of fix those things, right? Then the question becomes at what
everyone
point what?
No, I was saying, see what pisses everyone off and change that
Yeah,
a little
yeah,
bit,
yeah,
you know?
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I thought you said, see, this is what pisses everyone off. I was like, well, I thought that was pretty reasonable. But yeah, the question at that point, though, becomes like, at what point do you stop nerfing, right? Because
Mhm.
at a certain point, there has to
Right.
be like a class where it's like, this class is the strongest class in the game right now, but we feel like it's fine. So we're going to start trying to buff the lower classes up to this point, right? So that's the question. At what point do you like go, all right, we think it's kind of fun? And that's like a hard question to answer.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I think if they did some minor range damage nerfs, add a stamina cost to something on Kuno, and overall, I feel like we'd be in a pretty alright spot where they could focus on a bug fixing tamer. Oh yeah, maybe a stamina cost on Zerk or something. I don't know. I don't know what the fix is for Zerk. I've been not suggesting anything specific because I don't know. I need to see how it plays out still. I know it's really strong. I just don't know if it's like, I don't know. It's weird.
Well, I mean, it's one of those things where I feel like the nerf is obvious.
Do you? What is it?
Yes.
You're gonna upset a lot of people with whatever you're about to say. I already know that.
I am, but like you gotta let me finish my statement, right?
All right.
I feel like the nerf is obvious. You need to nerf their movement. The problem with that is that's literally what is making the class fun to play. Because I feel like if you took away some of the movement, even if you left the damage the same, which the damage probably needs to go regardless of what other changes happen, but even if you left the damage perfectly the same, if you took away some of their movement, some of their protected movement, I honestly think it would probably be fine for the most part. But taking away the movement is taking away the fun of the class, which is absolutely in any video game is what you do not want to do under any circumstances.
Well, I mean, yeah. What if instead of taking away the movement, it's making the movement something you have to kind of manage, or you put yourself in a rough spot, like with stamina. And
I mean,
stuff.
yeah, we've had this conversation before, right? Like maybe making some stamina cost changes or some like removing the ability to gain stamina in certain abilities. Right, some things like that would probably be fine, but again, I would be concerned that it would like tilt the scales a little bit too much and really take away the fun and uniqueness of the class. But I mean, obviously something has to happen, right? The class is way too strong.
So are you saying not having to ever think about stamina is part of the fun and uniqueness of the class?
Yes, absolutely.
See, but like you can still have insane movement and still have to think about your stamina. Like I don't know. That's why it's like I still think you can make it so, let's say if someone comes from outside a render distance, right? And they leap into your group use all their abilities, get off their spin, get off their fearsome tyrant, whatever, and then they start running away. That at some point when they run away, they're like, shit, because I ran in from so far away, I don't have stamina to run forever. And if someone actually chases me from they start off in a standstill from that ball that I jumped into and then chase me, they might catch up to me. Because right now, they start out of render distance, come in, do all their stuff, and then run away, and like there's zero chance anyone's catching you. Do you get what I'm saying? Like,
No, I understand.
I'm not saying they shouldn't be able to get back out once they go in. That's too much stamina nerf where it's not fun. But it's like, hey, I'm running away now, and eventually I am going to run out if people are chasing me. So I have to think a little bit more carefully on how far away do I want to start my engagement, and how long should I stay in? If you know what I mean. And again, I don't know what the balance is. That's why I don't want to give any specific like what I would change, because I don't know. I think it's one of those classes that I think still needs a little bit more time to see. I don't think you nerf damage on it, because while I disagree with most Suckzerkers that tell me that the damage is shit, I think the damage is actually pretty good, but if you nerf it, then the damage becomes actual shit. And it feels bad. So I don't know.
I don't know, man. I think Frenzy Tyrant does a bit too much.
It is a 45-second cooldown, though.
It is a 45-second cooldown, but it's... Again, we've had this conversation before, so I'll try to keep it short. But basically, a skill shouldn't do, like, everything, right? And Frenzy Tyrant, despite being a long cooldown, is in fact still a skill that kind of does everything. Damage, protection, CC, like, it does a little bit of everything. It even heals you, for fuck's sake. So I don't know. I think if you took away some of the damage, it'd still be fine. Especially since usually 9 times out of 10, when you're using Frenzy Tyrant, you're doing it right after you do the Predatory Hunt Roar, which also does a fuckload of damage. So I don't know. I feel like the damage on that skill probably needs to go down a little bit, but that's just me.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. What?
Like, see, here's
a hard
the thing.
question
It's like
to answer.
a lot of classes have a lot of damage, and the thing is with that one that doesn't really bother me is everything else seems like it's pretty moderate damage. I still think that Suckzerker overall damage is pretty good and underrated by Suckzerkers, but overrated by non-Suckzerkers. I just think like I can live with a skill doing a decent amount of damage every 45 seconds. Especially because when you see them run in, you kind of know that's probably what they're about to do. So it's like fairly telegraphed as well.
I would argue that it's not a decent amount of damage, though, is the thing. It's a lot of fucking damage, man. I'm a gearlet, and I am like straight up murking people with RBF DR that I'm positive have a lot more gear than me. I'm murking the shit out of them in RBS with this ability. Like, it's crazy. It does Titan Blow damage, but in a like 2-second window. Completely SA, CCs, and is a huge fucking AoE on top of all of that. Sometimes I kill people, I don't even know that I didn't even know I was hitting them. They'll just die, and I'm like, oh, that wasn't who I was trying to kill.
I almost want to have you go in BA and test the damage on me.
I mean, we can if you want. Have to be a minute because I'm running tent buff right now on my Zerker grinding underwater.
Finish your tent buff and then we'll do it. If we remember. Before I come back to it. We gotta talk about artifacts, and there's a lot.
Yes.
Maybe at the end. Maybe at the end of the show we'll do it.
Yeah. I just don't know. There's just so much damage that I'm wondering if the skill with a giant AoE, CC, fully protected, and also heal needs to also have really, really high damage whenever there's so much damage in every other ability. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. But it is a 45-second cooldown. It's a long time.
It is a 45-second
So once it's up,
cooldown.
if you didn't get that damage off, you're not getting it off for 45 seconds. You got to do some other shit. You got to scratch and claw your way into some damage, literally.
Or you just run and wait, which is what all the flavor of the month rerollers do.
Yeah. All right. let's talk about these artifacts. So KR got these artifacts here. Let me do this. There's an index that KR posted. That is this link. The link's gonna look weird because it has Korean text in there, but this index is just like kind of shows all of the artifacts, the Lightstones. It also tells you where, how to get all the artifacts. On the artifact page, it kind of shows you. So, for example, well, let me start from the top, because the artifacts are really hard to explain. I've noticed, because there's like multi levels of them. So
yeah.
The artifact itself is just an item. It's just an item that goes into a brand new equipment slot. So let me go to if I go to the KR page, it shows a picture of it inside the equipment slot, so that way you guys can see that. You go find it. Where are you at? Artifacts. Okay, so here's what the equipment slot window looks like. Posting this in our chat so you can see it. The artifacts go on the left and the right of the equipment slot. So they're two brand new just equipment items. Each of these items do have their own stat, although the stats on them are like fairly minimal. They're not like super crazy stats on the artifacts themselves. So these are the artifacts, or I'm seeing them call them relics as well. So it's either artifact or relic. I don't know what they're going to be called when we get them. But these artifacts...
well, they're not going to be called relics, right? Because we already have relic like scrolls. That'd be confusing.
I don't know. So, well, they're calling them stuff like, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe it's just called artifact in translation problem. I don't know. But anyway, so each of these artifacts have their own stat line. There's a few different ones that you can get. So there's ones for melee type damage, ones for range damage, ones for magic damage, and then ones for ranged melee or magic accuracy, and then there's like normal evasion, normal damage, etc., etc. So let's say, for example, I'm a Zerker and I deal melee damage. You might benefit from wearing like Marsh's Relic or Lesh's Relic, which give you melee attack +4. I guess the Lesh's Relic wouldn't be anything, but yeah. So there's those different things, and then there's also like more general ones, which is like all damage reduction +3, or all evasion +6, or max health +75, or max stamina +50. And then the bottom one that's kind of interesting is the Black Spirit Rage increase +10%. So these are on the actual artifacts that go in your equipment slot on the left and the right. Those are like the different stats that you can get. And on the right side of this index, it shows where you can get these items. So some of them are from bosses. Some of them are from... I guess you can get them from rift bosses as well. And then others you can also get from different various grind spots. So this health one, the one that gives 75 HP, you can get from, I don't know what Gint is. Maybe it's Quint. I don't know. Maybe it's one of the ogres, but you can get it from one of the ogres, Black Shadow, Garmoth, Red Nose, Field Boss or Summon Scroll, Dim Tree, Field Boss or Summon Scroll, Gaiath, Summon Scroll, Olun Valley, or Crypt of Resting Thoughts. So there's like different areas you can get, or some of these other ones you could get it like Basham Base or Gahaz or Polyforest or Red Wolf Village. Like there's a bunch of different places where you can get all these artifacts. So these are just the items that go in the equipment slot. Now these items have 2 sockets in them, 2 openings, and inside these sockets you can put what they're calling Lightstones. Now these Lightstones are a little bit more complex because they drop in various parts of the world and different bosses, etc., etc. But you also have to like use simple alchemy, or not simple alchemy, but an alchemy table to upgrade them into like, I guess, usable versions or upgraded versions. I don't know. That part is a little bit confusing to me. But the Lightstones are the items that go inside the artifacts, and they also have their own individual stats. So each Lightstone has its own stat on it. And then when you have a combination, depending on what the set bonus is, a combination of 3 or 4 Lightstones in your 2 artifacts, you will gain a set bonus from that. So when you have, for example, there's a my friend Dalen put together this really beautiful spreadsheet. that is all translated for you. And I don't know, one of the things right now is in question, the monster resist, but all the other ones seem to be pretty accurate. So if I put together, for example, let's say I want to make this, let me find a simple one here. This relay set bonus. The set bonus called relay, and the set bonus gives you 150 max stamina. This set bonus requires 4 Lightstone of Wind, like basically Wind Lightstone of Lung, I guess is what you would call it. It's like there's a fire, there's a wind, there's an earth, and then there's like a sub category name for the Lightstone. So this is the Lightstone of Wind, the Lung version of it, and this one each one gives 25 stamina. So you'd need 4 of these, and then you also get a set bonus of 150 stamina. And on this spreadsheet, it just totals up the stats that you get from the Lightstone and the set bonus. So the set bonus is 150 stamina. Each Lightstone is 25 stamina. In total, you gain 250 stamina from this set in your artifacts. It's really cool. And like when I first saw this, I was like, holy shit, like there's a lot of combinations. Like I thought there would be like 1 or 2, but there's a lot. And some of them are a little bit like kind of like inflating the numbers of how many. For example, this one called Trump and this one called Flying Kick. It's essentially the same one, but you're choosing between down attack damage or air attack damage or back attack damage or critical damage. So it just depends on like which one you want. But some of these are pretty crazy. So let me read you some of the ones that I think are kind of nuts, Wrestler. All right. So some of them have negative effects that also, like, it's like a trade-off of a negative effect for positive effects. So this one called After Image is called, it gives all resistance. This is the set bonus. Gives all resistance minus 80%. So you just lose all of your resistances, right? And in turn, you get all damage reduction plus 20 and all evasion plus 40. And then if you factor in the stats from the 3 Lightstones, so this one needs 4 Lightstones. One of the Lightstones doesn't have any stats, this 5 colored Lightstone, but the other 3 give 3 DR, 6 evasion, and 50 MP. So in total, you'd lose 80% resist, gain 23 DR, 46 evasion, and 50 MP. Which is a crazy amount of stats. And that's not counting the individual stats on each artifact, which you could get another like 12 all evasion or something like that. Yeah, that one is pretty nuts. Another one that I really like, that's a defensive one, is this Indomitable Step. This one gives all damage reduction plus 15. This is the set bonus again. So it's all damage reduction plus 15, all evasion plus 27, max HP plus 150, and special attack evasion plus 2%. This one requires Iron Wall, Waves, Heart, and Disturbance Lightstones, which give 3 DR, 6 evasion, 50 HP, and 1 special attack evasion. So in total, the set bonus plus the Lightstones, you get 18 DR, 33 evasion, 200 HP, and 3% special attack evasion. Which is like just a wild amount of extra stats.
Yeah, it seems like the set effects, at least on some of them, are actually like very... what's the word I'm looking for? Meaningful? Not the word I'm looking for, but like same thing, right?
Yeah, they're powerful. They're impactful.
Yeah, impactful. Yeah, exactly.
You have
so it's not just like a, because I think there was some people that were a bit concerned, and I admit I was one of these people that like this wasn't really gonna change or like add much. That it was going to be very, very limited, and the stats were going to be pretty low. They were going to be like some kind of like nothing stats, basically, right? But they actually seem to be quite impactful. Yeah.
Yeah, and some of the I noticed so the offensive ones are a little bit weaker than the defensive ones. So if the offense stuff is important to you overall, like on average, they seem to not give quite as much as the defensive ones, which might be like in their mind, since everyone's kind of complaining there's too much damage. Maybe that's intentional. I'm not too sure. But some of them still have a lot of use, I think. Like some of them are pretty crazy. Like this accuracy. Let me see if I can find the accuracy one. There's an accuracy one that like just gives you accuracy, and it's like kind of a crazy amount. So let's see. This time of concentration one gives you in total 28 accuracy. which is pretty nutty. And then if you use the two, let me find the artifact ones. You can get like is it this one? Yeah, you could get another like ranged accuracy or magical accuracy, whatever one, like another 16 on top of that for your class.
Jeez.
So it's pretty nutty.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So anyway, yeah, there's like kind of a lot. And then there's some of these offensive ones that also have a downside. For example, these like 6 swords or double thing. So this 6 swords one, you lose 15 DR, you lose 25 evasion, but you gain 30 accuracy and 3% critical hit damage. And then in total, with the effects from the stones, you would in total lose 15 DR, 25 evasion, but gain 38 accuracy and 5% critical hit damage. So it's like a huge sacrifice, but for a pretty significant amount of stats.
Yeah.
Like 38 accuracy, like just throwing on 38 accuracy is like, well, if you upgrade from distos to dawns, you're gaining like 22 accuracy per thing. So it's almost the equivalent of putting on 2 accuracy accessories, or like pretty close to it. It's pretty nuts. And then there's a bunch of really cool PvE ones too. I mean, there's a lot of combat and skill gain ones, knowledge gain ones, like very, very like niche specific ones. But there's some really cool ones that seem like they're built for high-end spots like Crypt, like let's see, let me find some of these ones that were kind of interesting. So where's the monster damage ones that are kind of strong? Here we go. So like some of these, like this one's like the set bonus is 100 HP, 15 damage reduction against monsters, and damage taken from monsters minus 2%. Or this Iron Fortress one is monster damage reduction plus 20 and damage taken from monsters minus 3%, and the total overall effects gives you minus 6% damage taken from monsters and plus 20 monster DR. It's like actually a huge amount of reduction. Or you can get some of the ones that just buff you against mobs, like plus 7 monster AP, plus 5% back attack, plus 2% crit, etc., etc. Like there's a bunch of different varieties. There's a drop rate one that gives you 15% drop chance and 25 LT. There's another way more niche one that's maybe for the treasure spots that's like all AP minus 150, but item drop chance plus 30%. It's very kind of crazy. I mean,
well, that would also be good if you were like really, really geared at like a Elvia spot with a weapon, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Well, I don't know, because if you're minus 150 AP, it's going to be a lot harder to get a weapon, right? If you're killing that. So 150 AP is a lot.
Yeah, true.
That's a lot of AP to lose. And I don't know how much damage you do with the Elvia weapon with minus 150 AP. This strike special one's kind of nuts if you're a class that doesn't have 100% crit. Like the total overall effects with the set bonus is 16 monster AP and 14% critical hit chance, which is a fucking lot of crit chance.
So I wanted to ask you, as the Kuno, I've heard some people say that they think, and I don't know enough about this to say whether they're right or wrong, but they think that artifacts might bring back evasion. Is that gonna happen?
I hate that phrase, but evasion is not gone. Why do people think evasion is not gone? Or why evasion is gone? Evasion is not gone. Damage is high against everybody, not just evasion, not just DR right now. It's like there's just a lot of damage. But if you want tankiness, evasion is the way. It's the only way to do it. So all of this does buff it, like with the stats on it, it does seem like it buffs evasion more than it would buff DR or offense. But it's not bringing evasion back. If you're already using evasion, it's buffing you a little bit, but evasion is already like good. So I don't know. It's like, I don't understand why people say that. Now, is evasion great on classes that have no evasion stats or passives? Maybe not. Probably not. I don't recommend it. But on classes that do, like strikers or hashes or kunos or sorks, like their evasion is already really strong. here is the issue. When the people that are probably saying that, quote, bring back evasion, those are the people that want to run Lieber and Muskins with all AP accessories and be tanky. That's those people. I think that you don't need to get evasion accessories to be tanky. Or you shouldn't have to get. That's those people. Anyone that says, oh, this is bringing evasion back, it's those weirdos that think like, oh, if I get C9 evasion with Liebers and Muskins and then I run all AP accessories, I should be able to kill everyone and no one should be able to kill me. That's those guys.
Right.
So yes, this is a buff to evasion. No, those guys are still going to die instantly because they refuse to actually build properly. And yes, evasion is already good despite these artifacts. So that's my thought on it. Sorry, I'm very passionate about this because I also keep hearing this. Like I keep getting the question like, Ross, do you think that evasion is going to be viable again? I'm like, for who? You mean for like Choice, whose striker doesn't die, or Divios, whose striker doesn't die, or Crown Chest, whose Musa doesn't die? Like who are you talking about? All of these people, it's already viable. They all can kill me, and they all are way more tanky than me. So it's like, what? How is it not viable?
Right.
So, yeah. Also, I didn't realize Dalen put all the Lightstones in the subcategories. Thank you, Angel. I didn't even realize this. Yeah, he put all the Lightstones in here. This is cool. What a good guy. Putting this all together for us.
Are you sponsored by him?
I mean, I might as well be at this point. God damn. This spreadsheet's so nice, you know? And it looks pretty. The colors are nice. It's simple.
And if you use code SOFROSTY at checkout.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Dude, some of these stats are crazy. This thing's really gonna finally fix evasion. I'm excited. You know what would fix evasion? If some of the range damage in the game got nerfed.
Yeah?
Just saying, evasion feel a lot better. You're not dying from a mile away from our rangers that have the tree buff up. Just saying.
True.
Just saying. All right. Yeah, these are really cool. What are your thoughts on kind of the whole system in general?
I like it. I'm still hesitant to. I know that you say like the defensive stats are more impressive or meaningful than the offensive stats, but I'm still hesitate to say anything like this is going to fix the damage crisis we're having.
No, yeah.
Which is
That's not
kind
what
of
I'm
what
saying,
we
yeah.
were hoping would happen, I think, right?
Well, I can't say. Like, my theory is that a combination of these plus the extra stats that you gain from Fallen God and stuff is going to make damage feel like people. If you're on that brink of like, I kill people, but I have to combo them, or if you're like, oh yeah, I don't quite have to do a full combo. Like, if everyone all of a sudden gains, let's just say, for example, they use the Indomitable Step, which I think is going to be probably the most common defensive one. If everyone gains 18 damage reduction, they'll probably also use the 75 HP. So this is the total stats they gain with artifacts and everything. They gain 18 damage reduction, 33 evasion, 350 HP, and 3% special attack evasion. And then when they equip a Fallen God helmet, they're going to gain instantly another 200 HP. And if they get it to try, another 3 DR and 4 evasion. That is going to be that is too many stats for it not to be noticeable. You know what I mean? Like, the 18 damage reduction is the difference between like a Pen-Gaiath helm and a Heave helm in damage reduction. It's a huge amount of stats, plus the HP, plus the special attack evasion, and the all evasion. If you're an evasion class, you're basically double dipping on stats because the DR and the evasion both help you. The HP helps you. And if a majority of people are running the defensive options, now again, I'm not saying it's fixing anything. I think some classes still do too much damage, but I do think it'll feel a little bit better if you're running like a proper setup. Like, so for example,
Proper setup.
Well, yeah, because
What, are you a gear supremacist? There's only one true gear.
No. But like, depending on what your build is. So, for example, like, the same thing with evasion. I know I just shit on people that complain about evasion all the time because they refuse to wear the accessories or whatever that it actually requires to be tanky. But DR people are the same fucking way. I run into DR people that are like, I'm full C20 with human damage. I don't understand why I die so fast. It's like, well, yeah, you don't have any fucking stat. You're like a full C20 DR player with all offensive stats for crystals, and you have like 4,700 hit points. Of course you're going to fucking die quickly. Like, and then, or like people, like, so for me, it just depends on what your standard is for tankiness. So for me, I'm actually fairly satisfied with how tanky I am. And when I get these defensive stats, I'm going to be even more satisfied because this is a lot of stats for me. And I already have I built HP and I got like the HP accessories and C20. And I actually I have a lot of HP. Like every time, I mean, I see a lot of people like, what the fuck? How do you have like in Node War, my Kuno has 7,500 hit points or like 7,400 hit points in Node War. Like I'm going to have 8K hit points with this shit and like way more DR and evasion. I'm okay with dying in a combo personally. My problem is like dying standing up. And I think that this is going to help a lot against that type of stuff. So I guess it depends what your expectations are. But like, yeah, there's a ton of people that are just like, I mean, they're literally the same people too that looked at this immediately. Was like, oh shit, I only lose 15 DR and 25 evasion to get some accuracy. That's the one I'm going for. And then they're going to wonder why they die so fast.
Right, exactly.
So for me,
yeah.
I think it'll help. I'm not saying it'll solve it. I still think some classes do too much damage for sure. No doubt in my mind. But
yeah,
I think overall, if all you do is gain a bunch of defensive stats and people that gain the offensive stats, they go the offensive option, don't gain as many offensive stats as you gain defensive stats, then it's a net positive for your tankiness, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I will say I do like that they have come up with a lot of combinations, including negative stats. I think negative stats are something that's really interesting that they should like pursue further. The idea of like being able to build into very, very specific stats. I'd like to see them do like play around with more things like that because I think that's a really interesting way of gearing. Because, like, if you think about it, right? So, there's only so many stats in this game, right? How are you planning on keeping content, like, going for the game, right? They say they want Black Desert Online to be, I forget what they said, like 20 years or something. They want it to be like a 20-year game or some shit like that. It's like, okay, how do you plan on doing that whenever, like, there's only so many stats in the game, and we already have, like, accessories and whatnot for, like, most of it, right?
Okay.
And I think there's this huge unexplored, or I won't say completely unexplored, but largely unexplored territory of negative stats that they could play around with in some really interesting ways that would also be competitive against, like, traditional gearing options. If it's like done correctly, which would be very interesting. So that's just a very long way of saying I think that this negative stats idea is kind of the way of the future for BDO, and I'd like to see them invest more into like creating new pieces of gear that have that sort of idea or philosophy behind it.
Yeah.
And I think they will, because I think they did it with distos and they realized like, oh, people actually like really like the idea of like negative stats, and I think that this is the second foray into it, right?
Yeah. No, I see what you're saying. It's yeah, the negative stats give it more variety and like choice and like, oh, do I want to sacrifice this for this? And it's kind of interesting. Yeah, I think that it works and it's cool. And I don't know, the I do wish they added some more stats to the game. Like I don't know how or what kind, but yeah. I feel like there's some stuff that they're not exploring or trying that could be kind of fun. I don't know. So they mentioned
like
this.
What though becomes the question.
Well, this one is like exciting and scary at the same time because this can go overboard to like that's way too powerful, way too quick. But The last line in their note with the artifact update is, quote, as mentioned earlier, we are considering relics and luminous stones in a way that allows you a little more variety of settings. This update is in the form of maximizing the existing effects, but please note that we are preparing special effects such as reducing the cooldown time of certain skills of each class and increasing attack power at night. But that last part is why? I don't know what the fuck. Does anyone like wish they were just doing a little bit more damage at night? Why is that a thing? It's like so niche. It's so dumb. I don't know. It's like that's not the way to go. But the reducing cooldowns is interesting, but also scary. Right?
I don't like it.
So why do you not like it?
At a certain point, for the sake of class balance, you have to have things be uniform. And I think cooldowns is something that you kind of have to be uniform. It's the same reason I vehemently disagree with adding a second core skill. I think one core skill is like fine. Like sure, I get one core skill. Like let's have people have a little bit of customization. But generally speaking, you know what people are going to take. There's like one or two core skills that they're going to pick from depending on the situation, etc., etc. If you start allowing for more variability, not between the classes, but within the classes themselves, things become infinitely harder to balance, right?
Mm-hmm.
And again, true perfect balance can never be achieved, but you want to get as close as you can. And my concern with something like that, reducing the cooldown, is that how are you going to balance a skill that for some people has a 45-second cooldown and for other people has a 25-second cooldown? Are you going to just completely change everything about the skill? Because that's not what they would likely be interested in doing. That's a lot more work, time, effort, energy, development time. You gotta do all the data retrieving on like what's the perfect way to balance this if it had a 25-second cooldown as opposed to a 45-second cooldown. So I don't know. I just think it's at a certain point you kind of have to have things be uniform for balance's sake. And I think cooldowns are one of those things where it's a very easy thing to have be uniform for the sake of balance that kind of just shouldn't be messed with, in my opinion.
All right, so I agree with all of the things you say in premise. However, League of Legends exists. They do it. Lost Ark exists. They do it. There's a lot of games that have cooldown reduction stuff that seem to get by just fine. So I don't think it's impossible. And they did say on certain abilities. So it's not like it's going to be like all cooldowns reduced by whatever. So they could, yeah.
I would argue that would be easier to balance as if it was just cooldown reduction across the board.
Maybe.
Rather than one skill having a massively lower cooldown.
All right.
Because that's the thing, right? Is it either has to be a massively lowered cooldown or it's irrelevant and nobody's going to use it. So why is it there?
Yeah.
So it's got to be meaningful.
Invendentia fell into the trap. He said, yes, flawlessly balanced game League. And then he did the jebaited. Yeah, you did get jebaited, Invendentia. Because, again, if that implies to me that you think eventually BDO will be perfectly balanced, and adding the cooldown things takes away from that. No one is saying it's going to be perfectly balanced, but you know what one thing League does have? Longevity, and people enjoy playing it. And Lost Ark, longevity, and people enjoy playing it. So there's like...
I don't know about that second part.
Okay, no one enjoys playing League, really. Come on, man.
I mean,
no, I get it. I get the meme
there's
and
some
the
Stockholm
stigma.
syndrome going on. I'm just saying.
That's a lot of people in Stockholm syndrome. Come on, man. Yeah, no one is saying that it's going to be perfectly balanced, and the game isn't perfectly balanced right now. Since I started playing the game in 2017, right around the time Dark Knight Awakening came out. From that moment on, people have hated the balance in the game from start to finish.
Mm-hmm.
Period. Never has anyone ever been happy with the balance of the game except for the people playing on the strongest classes during their strongest eras. That's it.
Yep.
So it's like, no, it's not going to be perfectly balanced. And just that notion of like, I'm not going to do anything to any of these abilities. I'm not gonna add anything that's fun or exciting because it might mess up balance. It's just you cannot be paralyzed by that forever. It's like, so when Rez, I thought where you were going when you were saying like, oh, the longevity of the game and the 20-year plan. How are they going to do 20 years if all they keep doing is keep adding evasion, DR, AP, and accuracy stats to every single item? Like, there's no variation. Because that's kind of how I feel. I'm like, dude, you got to add something that's more interesting than these stats. There's like nothing new here. To me,
I disagree.
What is new here? I mean, you just have the same 4 stats.
No,
so it's
I'm
like,
saying you don't need to add new stats for longevity's sake. I mean, again, let's use your example of League, right? Like they don't add stats. They've taken away stats since the games came out, right? They've taken away dodge chance and things like that. What they add is like new mechanics and new ways of like, right? What's the word I'm looking for? Presenting like familiar things. So like the new character's auto attack isn't like an actual traditional auto attack. It's like different in some like weird, unique way, right? The mechanics, the bones are like slightly different.
You're sorry. I misspoke. I don't mean like a new stat needs to be in there like a dodge chance. I'm saying like new variations. Like every item, League does not only give you AP and defensive stat on every single item every single season when they redo all the items and shit. They don't. They do all sorts of cool things like for example, I don't know, that Sunfire shit had this crazy burn damage and it had like all the like something that's actually interesting and new and different, not just like, hey, we just scale up your AP with these items, or if you go down this path we scale up your damage reduction. They like do variations of things, and that's not what BDO is doing at all. It's just constantly those 4 stats and then maybe HP thrown in. That's what I mean. I mean, like, there's no cooldown reduction. There's no burns or cool bleeds added to this. There's no, like, I don't know. There's, like, nothing, like, really interesting about any of the stats or effects, maybe. Maybe stats the wrong word, but the effects. At least to me. There's nothing new and exciting about it. So the idea of the cooldown one is pretty cool. I also liked the idea that they said before, and I don't know if they've changed their mind on it, of, like, having artifacts or set bonuses that buff specific skills separate from cooldown. Like I think they originally said damage of specific skills, but they didn't add that at all either. So I don't know. I think it'd be kind of cool. No, they shouldn't add some slows. I mean, I like the idea of like burns and stuff. They kind of went a little bit experimental with Ninja, and I think it's pretty cool. Like with how everything it does gives you bleeds and stuff. Or like I know Illyrian's obsessed with this, like he's a big fan of the idea of placing like having zoning tools on Witch, right? So like Toxic Flood and the new skill SQ. So how cool would it be if one of the artifacts made it so Toxic Flood stays on the ground for 5 seconds longer and SQ stays on the ground for 5 seconds longer? Like that would be sick. Like tell me that wouldn't be fun as hell. Or like, I don't know, stuff like that. That would be really, really cool and fun. And I wish they would do some stuff a little bit more exciting. Like there's, I mean, I guess it would be kind of stealing from the idea of a bunch of other games, but imagine an artifact that's like, let's say they do nerf Titan Blow to actually not be dumb in the future, right? And it does reasonable damage. But what if there was a Lightstone or a combination of Lightstones that made it so Titan Blow damage becomes melee, but you get the original damage back, so it hits super hard again? You know what I mean? Something that actually like affects your class in like a fun and meaningful way, makes your class feel unique.
Well, so again, I'm just questioning if like at a certain point, you have to have classes be uniform, right?
I don't know
on
why.
a certain level.
Yeah, to some extent, sure.
So, like, if you suddenly allow some berserkers to use Titan Blow instead of as a ranged protected CC, like it is right now, that does good damage, all of a sudden it becomes a third seismic, right?
Essentially, yeah. With the core, it'd be a third seismic with a CC on it and high damage.
Yeah, like this would completely change the way that berserkers would play depending on this one ability.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Again, I'm not necessarily saying it's a problem. All I'm saying is at some point you have to have some uniformity, and I'm questioning if that's a good direction to go into, right? And like I understand like customization. I like customization. But I at a certain point you do have to have some uniformity. And I feel like when you start messing with like play styles and you start messing with like I don't know, these very basic constants between or like within the class, you start to kind of chip away at that required amount of uniformity.
So let me give you an example. Let me give you an example of what they could do and why I don't think it's that big of a deal, especially with something like Titan Blow, right? So YoFam Steve and Azu, two guys that are very, very good at Zerker. I've heard them both complain that yes, Awakened Zerker is very powerful, but I don't really like playing ranged that much. It's not that fun to me. So they would be two examples of people that would like to probably swap Titan Blow if that was an option with whatever setup, right? I don't think it's that crazy of an idea because let's say, for example, the Titan Blow, the melee version becomes way too strong. I mean, that's going to rear its ugly head and it's going to be obvious. And then it's just like that version of Titan Blow, you just change its balance a little bit. So it's not overly powered. And it's really not much different than what's going on now. Like, yeah, you have technically another variation to balance, but if the skill in and of itself is way too strong, then you just nerf that skill. And you can leave if the range version isn't too strong, you just leave the range version. I mean, you can literally just balance them separately as if they're just totally different skills. I don't think it's that crazy. I understand it does add a little bit more complexity, but I think the trade-off for how much fun it would be and how much customization you'd be able to get, even if it was only one ability, like there was a Lightstone combination where this only affects one ability on every class, I think it would be really interesting and fun. I think people would have way more fun and then the trade-off of like the risk of the balance being an issue. Since everyone hates balance already anyway, it almost doesn't matter.
I don't know, man. You say that, but like, yeah, people always hated balance, and like this game was like dying severely when Suck Wizard ruled for a year, right? It's not like balance doesn't matter. Balance affects how much players want to play the game.
I know, but I'm not saying they shouldn't balance. I'm saying they should balance it. I just don't think it's that complicated to balance it. I mean, again, other games do it. Like the variations, I mean, just as an example in Lost Ark of those skills, like how dramatically it changes the skills when you choose the different options in the tree per skill is like huge. Like you literally change a skill from being like just the melee stab to a range CC. And like it dramatically changes the abilities, and everyone has the option to switch to any of them anytime they want. So it's like, I know it can be done. And I'm not even asking for that much variation or complication. I'm asking for like, someone said this game is balanced around costume sales. I think it would be fun. I don't know. I'm trying to think of a better example than Titan Blow, but that one's just really easy because I know a lot of Zerkers are like, I don't really want to play range this much. I like it as like a poke potential, but I don't like it being my primary play style.
Yeah.
So it'd be kind of cool if they had the option to like, all right, well then let's nerf it for you, but you can make it like a more useful like melee skill. Or something along those lines, you know? I don't know. I think it'd be kind of cool. Obviously, it's not happening, so this is just a philosophical discussion. But I guess they're only really thinking about cooldown time on certain skills, which, again, that one is odd to me, too, because here's my problem with the certain skills. I agree with you saying, like, if it was to all skills, it'd actually be easier. Because, like, there's going to be some classes where they pick, whatever skill they pick is going to be something no one's going to want to use anyway. This is gonna happen. They're gonna like
Except
lower the
for, like,
cooldown.
one or two classes where it's on like the perfect skill.
Yeah, they're gonna choose Titan Blow for Zerker. You're gonna be able to lower the cooldown of Titan Blow by 1 second, or lower the cooldown of Fearsome Tyrant by 1 second, and it's gonna be like, that doesn't do anything for me. But on Titan Blow, it's a huge difference because 1 second when it's only 7 seconds is huge.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm interested to see what happens, and again, like I'm all for like variety. Like if you've watched this podcast for a long time, I've talked a lot about like character customization and like PvP. But I'm just concerned that at a certain level you start chipping away at the baseline uniformity that a class has to have for the sake of balance, that it starts getting out of control. And unfortunately, I think at the end of the day, what our debate that we're having comes down to is you have a lot more faith in the balanced team of Prolobis than I do. I I think that I've pretty firmly believed this for a while now, and I understand this is a very unpopular opinion. It's been an unpopular opinion since the day they came out. The balance of this game has been going downhill for a very long time, all the way back to when they added Awakenings. It has become harder and harder and harder and harder to balance this game. And I understand that you add things for fun and to bring in new players and to revitalize your player base. I'm not saying that Awakenings or Succession were a bad idea. All I'm saying is that it makes it really fucking hard to balance, and they don't seem to be getting necessarily better at it. Um, so I don't know. That's where my concerns lie, basically. Also, I have a question, Frosty. I'm being told to ask you. He says, I noticed that the all species damage is always better than human and monster damage. This is in reference to the artifacts.
Mhm.
My understanding was human damage was including in all species damage, but for some reason, all species damage tends to be higher than human damage.
Yeah, no idea why. He's right. Human
Okay.
damage and all species damage actually function in the same way. They're a damage range from 7 to 1, 0.7 to 1. And so all species being better than human damage is kind of odd, but I'm not too sure why that would be. I guess human damage ignores the cap at Bloody Monastery. That's the only difference. I don't know if species damage does or not. So,
And then moving on to thing number 2. My hour has ended, so did you want to run a test?
sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
What?
So the thing is though, like, all right, so when you say that the balance has been going downhill ever since Awakenings came out, that to me tells me that you believe that when Sork and Rangers were borderline the only viable classes, or Horse Wizards, that was the most fair the game was.
I
Since
think
the
you're
beginning of time.
exaggerating.
What do you mean?
I
Which
think you're
part?
exaggerating that those were the only viable classes. I played
No, I said
Warrior
the
back
most
in those times
viable.
and it was fun. Okay, most
Well-
viable. Then like sure, I'm not gonna sit here and argue that it was perfectly balanced. It obviously was not.
No, but
However,
the most balanced compared to any other time in BDO's history was pre-Awaken days at that time.
I mean, I'm trying to think, and it's hard because it's so far back, right? It's been such a long time, but like obviously more recent events and more recent negative events especially stick out in your mind more than like further back. But I mean, what would you argue was like more properly balanced than like pre-awakened days?
I don't know. It's hard because it depends on what class you played and like what you were into. It's always been kind of all over the place because there's so many different game modes and the balance is affected
True.
differently. Like for example,
Yeah, that's very true.
if I don't node war ever, but I like GVG and just 1v1 all the time, my idea of balance is different. I mean, BA3, than a lot of other people, you know? I'm just being the far north side.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good point as well, right? Is that like combat has changed so much since those days. You know, you used to just be fighting open world at like Catfish or something. And the other thing that's important is what Awakenings really did, especially, and Succession did this as well, but the jump wasn't as much, is the raw amount of damage that it added, right? The raw damage that Awakenings added to this game is actually insane. If you weren't around for it, then you'll just have to take my word for it, but people did not do nearly the amount of damage that they did with their awakening weapons. It was kind of insane.
Yeah.
I just realized I gotta swap to succession. Hold on.
Yeah, no. I realized like people were. I mean, you basically didn't combo anybody back then. It was like a noodle fight.
Yeah, and like that's another thing to consider as well. That's big different, right? You look at fights back from year one, and everybody's just throwing shit randomly around. So like, is it balanced if no one knows what the fuck they're doing? Like maybe if people knew what they were doing, it wouldn't be balanced. I don't know. It's so hard to judge the game from year one to like today. All I can like literally all I can speak about is how I feel as someone who's played since launch. And I honestly, if you asked me to pick out a time that was more balanced, and it wasn't balanced, I want to make that very clear. Year one was not balanced. But if you ask me what was more balanced than year one, I don't know if I have an answer for you in all honesty, just on my base gut like feeling.
Yeah, I didn't play back then, but based on what people tell me and based on when I was researching the game at the time, Sork was a huge problem, and so was Ranger. Now, maybe people didn't care as much because the game was new and fresh, and you were kind of spread out, and Node Wars were not as organized and stuff, but I don't know. It sounds like it wasn't that much different than like most of the eras. I don't know which time was the most balanced. There's time I go back and forth in my head. There's a lot of different times, but all right.
I mean, if you asked me to pick out which was the least balanced, I think I'd struggle, in all honesty.
All right, so you're just gonna. Do you have a giant strap on you? Are you okay with popping one?
I can use one.
All right, so with the giant strap, just because typically in Node War, the Suckzerkers are gonna have one, right?
Yeah, probably.
What is your AP?
With Nuver, I am 302, 302.
302, 302. All right, so go ahead and do.
Not a single accuracy accessory before you ask.
All right, I have no evasion, so it's fine. All right. Hit me with the Tyrant how you would in the context of a Node War, whether you need to pre-buff, whatever you normally would do.
Oh yeah, do you want me to e-buff or do you want me to just dive raw?
Hit me with a normal one first, since that's the one you'll be able to hit 100% of the time.
I'm gonna Predatory Hunt in, do the Roar, and then do the Shift Q, because that's what Zerkers are gonna be doing when they're diving, right?
Alright.
Alright.
What did the most damage there? I don't even think it was Fearsome Tyrant.
I think the Roar did more damage than the Shift Q, in all honesty.
Yeah. Hit me.
I mean, we could check again, but
this time hit me in the face with just Shift Q.
Just Shift Q.
Yeah, just Shift Q.
Okay.
Actually, we'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Hit me in the back. Shift Q is Fearsome Tyrant, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Hit me just in the back. I know you gotta wait like an hour.
Yeah, you got
for
13 more
cooldown.
seconds.
Hitting the Predatory is hard. You could just dodge it though. Well, it depends where you're coming from, right? It's not that hard to hit people with Predatory Leap from your initial engage.
Alright, just Fearsome, yes?
Yeah, just Fearsome.
Alright.
See, with back attacks, like that damage to me doesn't seem that crazy. I'm not saying it's not good damage, but like if you nerf that, like I'm a squishier class too.
So maybe it's the Roar damage that needs to go down then.
I'm gonna hit me with the Roar.
Alright. I need some distance here.
As Ethian said, I don't think the game has ever been more or less balanced. I think it's subjective. If you played a class in the middle or top when you are, then you are more likely to claim it was more balanced during that time. If you played a weak class, then you're more likely to claim it was less balanced. That's very true too.
I agree with that to a certain extent, but I played Berserker and Warrior in year one of BDO, and those classes were not like busted, and I still feel like that was probably the most balanced the game's ever been.
All right, hit me with. Sorry, did you hit me? I missed it. If you hit me with it,
I did. It does very, very similar damage to Frenzied. Here, I'll do it again. I'm trying to only hit you with the Roar. Well, that time it did a lot less. I don't know what happened there. You evaded, I guess.
They didn't have
it did about like a quarter to a fifth of your health bar, very similar to Frenzy Tyrant.
Wait, Kurt. He didn't have 4 grabs pre-Awaken days.
Yeah. Also, Zerker did no damage year one. About the first 6 months, Zerker actually did 0 damage. You were basically just a grab bot. That's all your job was.
Yeah. And that was with your. Was that with normal Q buff or is that just beast form buff?
No, this is just beast form.
All right.
I didn't class buff.
Wait for your cooldowns and then try with the class buff. Let's see how much damage it is.
All right, you just want to do predatory hunt, roar into frenzied, or fearsome.
Yeah. Do that. Whatever you just did
Okay.
right now. Do that one again. Because the thing is, the thing I'm kind of pointing out is like obviously you could have a little bit more AP and you would do more damage, but I also would have like my church and villa and have more defensive stats, and I'd have 1,400 more hit points in a node war.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think you're killing me with that, like, unless you have more AP.
Again, like, so there is an aspect of this that this isn't testing, right? Which is the fact that this AoE is fucking huge.
Yeah.
It also heals me. It CCs everybody around me.
Right. It's strong
These
as
are
fuck,
things that we don't get tests from just.
No, I get that. I'm just pointing out that the I just don't think the damage is what's crazy about Fearsome Tyrant. Personally.
Yeah. Well, and I can understand that. The only reason I say the damage is because I think that it's the unnecessary part of it. It doesn't need to do like good damage. It doesn't need to do as much damage as like the other abilities. I don't know. That's just me. All right, are you ready?
Yep.
Class buffing for this one? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Class buff. Really didn't seem to affect damage all that much, which is surprising considering the critical hit rate plus 30. But maybe I'm already just hitting on almost every single hit.
Yeah, I don't know. I just want to see, because like if Fearsome Tyrant was like half healthing me or like bringing me below with 302 AP, I could be like, yeah, dude, that's a lot of damage compared to like other classes. But just if I think about like if a ranger does what you just did without coming near me, way faster.
Mm-hmm.
Way faster. Like I mean, they literally just, if they blasting us tearing arrow, that's it. That's all they have to do at your AP.
Again, in regards to what should be done about Suck Zerker, I did start the whole discussion by saying like the obvious nerf to do is the movement, but I don't want to nerf the movement because that's what makes the class fun. And I understand you're talking about like, well, you should be forced to manage your stamina, but that is part of the fun, that you have this largely unfettered movement that you can use whenever you want. Now, I'm not saying that like that needs to remain that way or else or something like that. I'm just pointing out that is in fact part of the fun, is that you have this completely protected unfettered movement.
But it's also like you can still have really, really good movement where you have to near the end of it think about your stamina and it still be really fun. Like, do you think like Suck Ninja movement is still really fun? They eat stamina fast. They're really fast. They're really fun. They eat stamina fast. Not saying Zerker should eat stamina that fast, but just saying like you could have some sort of management on it without, because right now it's literally nothing. I mean, it's like, does your stamina bar ever get close to like low ever?
If I'm like really spamming, like trying to get out of a situation, sometimes it can, yeah. If I've burned all of my movement, I'm still running away, so now I'm using like either crab walk or spam hopping, like et cetera, yeah, it can.
Hit me in the face with Fearsome Tyrant.
Just right now?
Yeah. Bloom, look at the animation speed. You're telling me that's really good damage at 302 AP compared to my DP. He does like if he hits me only in the face with it, it does like 800 damage, and he has to do the whole animation. Yeah, the combo is good damage, but then he's doing like a whole combo on me, and even then, like I could get out of that combo. I just was sitting there, so it doesn't even kill me. And if I'm like actually being aware, like if I'm moving around in a node war, I'm looking for Suck Zerkers because they're flying out everywhere. So
again, I just really question, again, to just reinforce like the the fact that it's such a big AoE, it's CCs, right? This is why you aren't gonna have a Zerker, at least unless they're playing against somebody who's really bad. You're not gonna be seeing a Zerker do like that combo of moves in a 1v1, right?
Right. No,
Because you're
1v1
gonna
is
be
totally
doing something
different.
else.
For sure.
Yeah, you're doing it in large scale, and it's so much damage on so many people that for the most part can't do anything about it, right? Unless they're resisting several hits of CC going in for a grab, because it's SA the whole time. Like,
Yeah, and like
I
as he
don't know,
points out,
man.
you got to be, depending on what you change. If you change something, you have to make sure whatever it is, it doesn't affect Awakening, because
Yes.
if Awakening gets inadvertently nerfed for no reason because of something Suck is causing, it's gonna be all like, you can't, like he was pointing out, you can't add a stamina cost to Lava Piercer, because then Awakening just gets fucked.
Yeah, no, you can't do that.
No, for sure.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Please specify.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe something to what like you were talking about could be like, see, that just does.
I don't know. That's
so
why I'm
much
saying. That's why I
damage.
always say I haven't given a specific thing that I could think of, because I don't think any of it is educated enough to actually make sense. Which is why I'm saying it still
Yeah.
just needs more time. I don't know. I also
know.
this has happened in the past where there's eras of like something is really strong for a while, and without ever getting a balance change, it fades out. Which I'm not saying that will definitely happen with Suckzerker, but I am saying I could see it happening. I could see Suckzerker becoming like only the people that really like it play it after a couple months, and it's just like a little bit of a fad.
I don't know about that, because the thing is it's just so powerful in Node Wars, and it, because of how protected it is with all being SA, it's such a gear check class, right? It's such a noob stomping class. If you have a bunch of gear, if you're 700 plus gear score and you're fighting a bunch of people that are 650 and under, there's no better class in the game right now in large scale than Suckzerker, in all honesty. It's just such a gear check
Yeah.
in the way that it's currently designed. And I don't know how you can fix that. Like, again, I'm not declaring that I have the solution. Unfortunately, these things are very complicated, and I don't node war on Suckzerker, so I can't even say like with certainty, like, oh yes, I can tell you what I feel is the problem. I don't node war on Suckzerker, so it's hard. It's really hard. I think all you can do is give it time, gather data, talk with Suckzerkers, talk with other prominent PvPers whose opinions you can trust. This is PA. This is my recommendation to PA, right? You do all of this, and then you take it one step at a time, right? There's no need to shotgun blast the class into non-existence, which they seem to, for some reason, have a tendency of doing. Although they've been getting better about it, now that I think about it, for the last maybe like year or so. But yeah, I don't like. It's hard. Balancing is hard, and I think it's even harder with a class like Suckzerker, where to me the nerf is very obvious, but it's kind of key that it not be nerfed in that way. So, anyway,
Oh yeah, Jax does point out they do have the ability to do suck specific variances to skills that are not prime skills. For example, like kunai throw. When you hover over absolute kunai throw, there's a succession version that has like slightly different text. I guess they could technically do something like that if for example Lava Piercer needed to get nerfed, right? Like let's say that's the direction they went. They could easily have like where you hover over Lava Piercer and it shows the succession version, and the suck version is the one that costs stamina, not the normal one. So just when you're in the successions, it's something like that. Not saying that, again, not saying that's what they should do, but yeah, that's a good point. They could do that if they wanted to.
wouldn't you say it phases out once something stronger comes out?
So they spec into normal. Yeah, that's the thing though, CA, is you don't spec into normal. Right? Like you would just have that version. It's not an option you choose.
What would come out that would phase out Suckzerker? How strong it is in Node Wars right now? Is it just more range damage to blast it from range, which makes everybody miserable? Like, I don't know what comes out that counters this, right? Is it perma SA class with 2 grabs, so when the Suckzerker dives in, you
Well-
can just walk up and grab them?
In large scale right now, they are done. Like, so while they still do really well, obviously in large scale at like the high end with high end gear, they still get blown up by range damage. So
Absolutely, yes.
so right now it's like if there are a lot of rangers and stuff, it can make it miserable for a Suckzerker that doesn't get all the way into like where the rangers are. If you're not
But it
CCing
makes
the rangers,
everybody else more miserable.
I don't know. I mean, again, like everyone's perspective is different. It's hard to say. It depends on your class. If you're a ball class and you're getting hit by Suckzerkers constantly, I could see that being really annoying. For me personally, since I'm like ratting around, the range damage is way more irritating. But I don't know. It just depends. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what they end up doing. I mean, my thing always is to the number one thing is like, dude, I hope whatever they do, A, the class is still fun to play, and B, it doesn't negatively impact their PvE. It's like so annoying when there's something too strong and it nerfs their PvE, you know?
Right. By the way, you never replied to me in our group chat about Sage.
What about it? I don't remember what it was. I might have missed it.
You seem to imply that you said it's just their pets that got bug fixed, implying that like that's not a big reason for why Sage might be feeling like it's doing less damage. I said we know that pet skilling and pet damage matters like a lot.
No,
to
it
these
does, but it's
classes.
only on 3 total abilities, right? It's on F, Forward F, and Enlighten Bolt. So I think it's impactful, but I don't think they're gonna like if those were bugged and not doing that much damage and now they're doing their normal damage. I don't think like it's not gonna affect Rift Storm or Lightning Prison or Upsurge. You know what I mean? Like more of their hard hitting skills. That's all.
I'm
that's all.
I'm
I
not saying that like Awakened Sage is now busted because they bug fixed 3 skills. I'm just saying that like that is like a pretty meaningful change. That you had 3 skills that were like not doing damage essentially.
Yeah, I don't know. Pets across the board are very weird right now. There's a lot of pets that are bugging out. Tamer specifically.
It's always Tamer.
Yeah, essentially. So Genesis is saying essentially they were getting 100% of their damage from Awakening instead of 70-30. It was like a bug with the main hand and Awakening, which means if you had high Awakening damage, it didn't really change much. If anything, you might technically feel worse damage. If you were like,
now that would be funny.
yeah,
If someone had a Pen Dandelion like C9 and then like a Tet Zarka for some reason.
but I'm wondering, like, are Awakened Sages feeling like their damage isn't good? I've not. That's like the one I hear that they feel like they die too fast and that it's hard to participate in large scale stuff.
Yes,
I've not
I
heard
would agree
any
with that.
complaint about their own damage on Awakening anyway.
It can feel, at least to me, someone who casually plays Sage and in RBF, let's keep that in mind as well, right? With RBF DR, it can sometimes feel like I am doing nothing to these people. Awesome. Especially with some of the like skills that are supposed to be your hard hitters, right? You cast Lightning Prison into a group of people and you are seeing their health bars just like very slowly tick down, and it's like, oh, that's sad. Like I managed to get like a flank on this group of people. I got like 2 CCs on this group of 4 people. Lightning Prison comes out. It does like, barely any damage, and then I get grabbed and die. It's sad. But I'm not necessarily a good Sage, so I'm not like a good representative to speak on behalf of them. So let's keep that in mind.
Yeah, I spent some time. I was arguing with someone about time to kill, and we went into BA, me and this guy, and Awakening Sage time to kill on both my Kuno and my Hash was wild. Like it was still so fast. Like, so I don't know. I haven't run into the damage thing, and good Sages I've run into, I've heard them complain that other classes' damage is too high. Again,
yes,
but not necessarily that their damage is.
Absolutely. I would say the main complaint is survivability. on Awakened Sage. You just die so fast. It's so hard to get into a position to get any damage off, right? It's really fucking difficult. I don't know. It's I love Shift E, and it's a very like you have to use it in order to try and like do things correctly. I hate that you have no idea where you're gonna fucking end up when you use that goddamn skill.
Shift E.
So you basically have to use your Shift E, teleport around, and then as soon as you pop out, you're like, okay, where am I? Okay, now I can do this.
Can't you
like
control it by pressing S during it to pop out of it and move backwards?
To return, right? Isn't that how it works?
I thought you go Shift E, and I thought it was kind of like Wolf's Frenzy, but maybe I'm mistaken. I thought S just pulls you out and moves you backwards a little bit.
I thought it was like it's like it moves you back to like your position or whatever.
No. I think it just moves you backwards from where you are in that moment when you press it. So what a lot of people do is like they try to almost like a block jump. They'll target someone, Shift E, turn their camera, press S, and then use a stun or a float or whatever on their back. In Lightning Bolt's pretty common after it.
See, this is why whenever I talk about classes that I only play casually, I always make sure people understand I am not a good representative to speak on behalf of this class. I thought it always worked that it would like return you to your original position for some reason.
Oh, like Hash Tornado?
Yeah.
That would be crazy, actually. But no.
Would it?
I mean, it'd be cool. I think it'd be kind of interesting. It would almost feel like less control, though. I know that Hash Tornado, it's like in some instances it feels insanely good, and then sometimes it's just like, yeah, I don't want to go back over there. It's just going to cost me too much stamina to get back to the fight.
Yeah, I don't know. The thing is like, so I never bothered with it before because I thought it always returned you to where you use it from. And I was like, well, why would I want to do that? I'm normally using Shift E as like an engage or like, I don't know. That's really it. I'm using Shift E to go in. Why? Like, it doesn't make any sense to just be like, never mind.
Yeah. All right. Let's talk about the
Gyfin?
Gyfin real quick. Yeah.
Gyfin. This is the thing I know nothing about.
Okay, so Gyfin came out in KR, with this patch on Wednesday, which makes me think that we'll probably get it shortly after. Maybe we'll get it next week. Hopefully we do. I mean, there's not that much to say about it. It's like the underground cave is basically I linked the video of it in chat.
Yep, I got it. Thank you, sir.
But the underground cave is now a solo grind spot. And the mobs have like different mechanics where you get buffs for killing one that helps you kill a different one, etc., etc. I know it like kind of vaguely. I don't know if the trash loot itself is different, but it can drop Forest Furies, which is similar to the current Gyfin. It can drop Kaffir Stones, which is similar to the current Gyfin. I actually heard someone say that in an hour they got 50 Kaffir Stones, which is insane. Like that's a lot for a solo spot. So I'd have to see. It can drop Tungrad necklaces, Tungrad belts, and Elkar crystals, which is kind of crazy, as well as like Krogdala origin stones. So the loot table is pretty fat in terms of like rare drops. I don't know how rare or common any of this stuff is though. But yeah, I don't know. The place apparently requires it's either 280 or 290 AP and 380 DP. So it's like a really high end spot. I don't know exactly how hard it actually is though. But visually it looks pretty cool. And I always liked fighting the Gyfin mob, so I'm really excited to get this. Although I do still wish they would buff the Gyfin 5-man spot, because I do miss grinding Gyfin.
Well, didn't they a while back, but it's still just like kind of not good?
They did, yeah, and it was not nearly enough. The problem is they added a bunch of cave rotations, and really all they needed to do is buff the top. The one that people actually liked doing. And it's just like, yeah, the drop, like they didn't buff the Kaffir Stone drop rate enough, and they didn't buff, so it's like, I don't know, like I know a lot of people think they just need to buff the trash, but in my opinion, the way the game is, because of how Elvia works, like just buffing the trash isn't really like a good solution.
Yeah, no.
Just like buff the things that actually like would net you money without buffing just the raw silver. Like I kind of like how they did this. I don't know what the trash is worth here again, but if it's dropping 50 Kaffir stones plus you have a chance to get all those rare drops, Forest Furies, Krogdala stones, like this spot's gonna be pretty sick. I was watching, I think Jang had a video. Let me see if I could find it real quick. It's a ranger. He usually grinds all these new spots when they first come out, but I'm pretty sure in his video he almost died, or he was like getting close to dying a couple times. I'm linking this also in the Discord together. But yeah, he was grinding on Awakened Ranger. I think he is. Let me find his gear. Let me see where he I know he pops it up at some point in this video. I thought he does. But he's like, oh, I think he just says it. I think he says it at the beginning. One man Gyfin hunting ground. Anger, doubt, and trust based on the aura or whatever. Select 2, the remaining 2 types of Gyfin will disappear. I don't know. It's like it's a cool looking spot. Trying to find the other text that he pops up. Oh yeah, here we go. 300. So he's, let's see it. Where's the required one? I thought he says the requirement. So he's 300 AP and 404 DP in this video. But yeah, like this giant AoE thing takes like 40% of his health. See, that drops him from, it does 2,000 damage to him. So it actually like hits pretty hard. And he's 404 DP here. Now his build is weird. He's running the Narkin Chad build.
Narkin Chad?
Yeah, he's all DR with an Orkinrad belt and a Narc earring for some reason. I'll never understand it. But yeah.
Hybrid, baby.
Yeah, so he's got some weird, super weird build, I guess. But anyway, yeah, the place looks really cool. Hopefully we get it. But I just want like a break from fucking I'm so tired of Elvia. I'm so tired of Elvia, man. I hate it. I hate it so much. I wish orcs would get nerfed. I said it. There, I said it. Just straight up, I wish orcs got nerfed.
Yeah, the hyperinflation that's going on right now kind of sucks.
The fact that I could go make 550 or 600 mil somewhere and still feel guilty that I'm not at orcs is a problem. It's so stupid. That's actually so dumb to me. It's crazy. Also, because Elvia is limited, there's like the rotations are way overcrowded, and because it's like mostly raw silver that's generated there, it's like everything is expensive in the game, and your competition for buying stuff is like, since everyone's making, dude, it's like not even an exaggeration now. Like people with like 285 AP, if they're running an efficient class, they're like averaging 800 mil an hour there. And like some of the people that are like super tryhard or have no limit on loot scrolls, like they're getting like 850, 900 mil. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, me, like the most casual player in this game, quite possibly, I can like pretty easily make 550, 600 there, right? And I know like people are gonna be like, well, that's not impressive. It's like, no, you don't understand how casual I am, how little of a shit I give about like grinding. I put no efficiency into it. I put no effort into it. Probably 10 minutes minimum of the hour is just me standing around doing something else anyways. So like that's insane.
Yeah. Now there was a couple videos of a with a J scroll. There's a Nova. This was pre-rework. There was a Nova that did a J scroll at orcs that made 1.3 bill in an hour. It's like, my God, dude. Anyway, this spot looks fun. You know what this reminds me of? I've been asking for like, I was like, man, I wish we had an Olun Valley that was solo, and that's kind of what this Gyfin spot looks like. Reminds me of that. I kind of like the idea of beating up on a tanky mob by myself. I just wonder.
Speaking of,
yeah,
I wanted to ask you a question because you've talked about BAMs before, right?
Mm-hmm. Big ass monsters.
And you mentioned that we were going to end up talking about Elvia anyway, so here we go. Transition Elvia. Calpheon Elvia. Thoughts on Elvia Ogre Bams?
Yeah, that would be sick. Do you mean
Right?
the trolls or ogre?
No, ogres.
Okay, because their little troll demo kind of looked like it.
Yeah, I guess kind of. I don't know. That to me kind of looked more akin to like Tauros or something. I'm thinking like you make ogre like Elvia ogres, big fucking ogres, like almost the size of like the mutant ogre, right? And then it's like it's legitimately like a fucking boss fight that you have to do. And then the reward isn't silver, for fuck's sake. Make it like an ogre ring. Really high chance of dropping an ogre ring. Maybe there's a small chance that you can get like a box that can give you like pry through Tet or some shit like that, right? Not silver, for fuck's sake, please God.
I'm sure they'll add some earring cups or something, since we are missing those. Do you have all your cups?
God, no. No.
Oh yeah, you wasted all that time in Elvia grinding for Black Star stuff.
Nah, I just don't, I'm casual, man. I grind like 3 hours a day maximum. I need to spend that grinding for money. Like really good money. As much money as I can get.
I heard you in a Pistanity video recently. You know those highlight videos that dude does?
Yeah.
Someone was in a node, like murking in a node war against Dynasty, and I could hear you shot calling in the background.
Yeah, so I came out of retirement recently and started shot calling again for Bloodthirst. So I actually don't node war on Zerker anymore. Also came out of retirement with me as my warrior. So now I stand around holding Q block and getting exploded by one class that looks at me. So that's been fun.
Yeah.
Side note, I don't understand how to use the new warrior skill. Someone please tell me what that's good for.
Which one?
It's really weird.
The uppercut?
The new one, yeah, the dash forward into the uppercut. It doesn't flow nicely into or out of anything. It feels really jank. I don't like it.
It's a re-CC, dude. You're just bad.
That doesn't.
Are you talking about Heaven's Cleave? That one?
Yeah. I'm not 1v1ing people on Warrior, so is that really the only use for it, is a re-CC?
I don't know. Do they use it as a catch?
Because I'm trying to use it as like a part of a movement combo, and it just feels awful.
Yeah, I don't know. All right. I don't know. That's really it. Hopefully we get the Gyfin change this week. Also, I don't know when we're going to get the Lightstones, because I was looking through and like, as far as I know, none of the spots require... Yeah, there's only a couple, like, you don't need the winter spot to get any of these Lightstones, it looks like, or any of the artifacts. Now, some of them drop in, like, the winter zones, but I don't think none of them require it that I see. So I kind of wonder if maybe we're going to get it sooner.
Sorry, I should clarify. Some people in your stream said 3 hours a day is not casual. It's not 3 hours a day every day. It's 3 hours a day once a week during this podcast.
Yeah, Rez doesn't really
That's
grind.
when I grind. If you're while this podcast is going on, that is the only time that I grind in this game.
Yeah. Oh, no, you'll
Yeah,
say
I was
no
kinda
patch next week.
I was kind of surprised that there wasn't more of an emphasis on the new zone. Not that it's a bad thing. I think it's actually a good thing that there's not. It's not all in the new zone. But I was really surprised. I thought it was going to be almost entirely in the new zone that these items are going to be. The Lightstones and the artifacts.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty happy that it's not like that.
It seems like there's plenty of stuff in the new zone anyway. Plus, they added in this Gyfin patch, if I'm not mistaken, or no, on Global Labs, they added another like upgrade to one of the new zones. So I don't know. There's like more shit they're adding to the winter region as time goes on. So we'll see what's up. Yeah, we gotta do longer podcasts so Rezlar can gear up. True. They also did say they're gonna add life skill Lightstones in the future. So we'll see what's up with that. Anyway,
Soon, TM.
I think that's it, Rez. We just got to do comments. I don't know, unless there's anything else you wanted to bring up.
No, I don't think so.
I'm gonna let
think
you
we're
do
good.
them if you don't mind, so I can.
Ah, you bastard! I just started another hour.
No, I gotta rest my voice, dude. Come on.
Okay, it's fine. I'll swap to another character. Can I at least just do this? Finish this rotation.
Yeah. You do that rotation. I gotta use the restroom real quick anyway. But I also wanted to
boy.
I wanted to point out, man, we are just a little over a week away from Lost Ark launch.
Yeah, let's talk about that actually.
All right, let's talk about that.
Whenever you get back.
Yeah, let
whenever
me
you
use
get
the
back.
restroom real quick, and then we'll talk about Lost Ark, because there's a let me find this Lost Ark post that is talks about some of the stuff that we're getting. Also, I want to rant and complain about the server setup, so I'll be right back 1 second. I got a lot.
Yes, I would like to do that as well. So that's good. And now I'm left alone with nothing but my thoughts. And all of you guys. Joy. So how have you guys been? Everybody been well? I don't have Frosty's chat open, so I can't see what people are saying, but I'm going to assume that you're all doing fantastic. Let's take a poll. Let's take a poll right now. What class, now that Moose has been nerfed, what class needs to be nerfed next? Since this is a negative podcast, let me pull up Frosty's stream. What class needs to be nerfed? Type your answers out in chat. What class needs to be nerfed like immediately? What's the next Musa where it's like, this is a problem, this needs to be nerfed? I am seeing a lot of DKs actually. Suck Wiz. Who is saying suck Wiz? Zerker, a lot of Zerker, a lot of Sorks. Every class but Tamer. I like that one. Yeah, it seems like it's pretty much DK, Sork, and Zerker. Damage. Well, I mean, obviously, damage as a whole is high right now. It's just that assuming we're gonna continue nerfing in waves. So, like, what needs to come in the next wave, regardless of anything else.
All right.
We're taking a poll in your chat, Frosty.
Oh yeah, what about?
What class absolutely has to be the next nerf? Like, it's the new Musa where it's like, yeah, this class has to be nerfed next patch. Like, it just has to. A lot of DKs, a lot of Zerkers, a lot of Sorks is the conclusion.
Yeah. You know, that's the thing, is there's not really consensus on it.
Yeah, there's really not. One guy said suck wizard.
Yeah, probably from that choke clip, dude. Did you see that? The wizard that 1v6? I guess Cho Nation's been doing, I don't know if it's just a thing they do, but they like 6v6 for fun, like 6v6 duel out in some random spot. I've noticed because I've seen a few clips of these in different situations, but yeah, this Suck Wizard like 1v6. His whole team died and he 1v6. It was kind of funny.
The Suck Wiz clip that I watched was the one of Huntler on the roof just like obliterating like probably 20-something people as they were pushing into the castle.
Oh no, this one was a different one. All right. So Lost Ark before the comments.
Because
all right.
Lost Ark is going to turn this podcast into a multi-game podcast. So let's talk about it.
So here we go. So all right. So a couple things. This is the news that we got. The first thing that we got was what was the date of this? On January 27th, they announced the launch timing and kind of the details. So it's February. Pre-download will start February 7th, 9 a.m. You could play the game if you have the Founders Pack Tuesday, February 8th at 9 a.m. And then for everyone else, February 11th, I believe at 9 a.m. PST, Pacific time. So that's when it's coming out. They also announced, so there's going to be a bunch of different servers, but they also announced that we are getting most of the tier 3 features, and the level cap is going to be a little bit higher than normal. So they're basically giving us limited tier 3 content. So it's not just going to be like the tier 1 stuff at launch, which is actually really fucking cool. Now I've heard some downsides to this, saying that like it makes some of the raids, like early raids, not matter because you just quest through and kind of skip that stuff and just get your quest gear. And so it doesn't really matter. But at the same time, I don't know. I think it feels better for everyone to not feel like they're as behind. If that makes any sense. To being able to go just like to the end game content and not feel like they're stuck. Also, I think there was a question of like, well, how long are we going to be stuck, et cetera, et cetera. So that's really cool. I'm excited about that. And then what else? So here's kind of the server thing. Now this is for US West and US East. US West is getting 3 servers. East is getting 7. EU is getting, I don't know, whatever, 6. They're getting 9 servers. And then South America is getting 2 servers. Now, I saw someone say this in the Lost Ark Reddit too. I have been like racking my brain over what character I'm going to play in this game. And I'm like, fuck, am I going to play this character? Am I going to play this one? What am I going to do? Like, I cannot figure out like what character I want to play because I'm like a serial
re-roller. The class you want to play isn't coming out at launch.
And the class I actually want to play isn't releasing. So it's like, it's irritating, and I'm like, I kind of want to like, at least it'd be cool to progress through the game. Like maybe I'd play a bard or a paladin to help my friends like go through some of the harder dungeons, et cetera, et cetera. But I really kind of want to play demonic. That build seems fun, and the PvP seems fun on both. And then so I've just been going over it, and I thought that was a tough decision. But what is a more tough decision and more annoying decision is what fucking server we're gonna play on. And it is causing nothing but divide amongst like my friend group and my guild and people I know. And it's just this constant. Okay, so I want to ask this. I don't know how the server structure works in video games, okay? I am a non-tech understanding noob. But I want to know why. I already hated that there's a US East and a US West to begin with. But I want to know why we can't have one US West server and one US East server with just hundreds of different channels. So that way, if there is cluster, automatically puts you in the less impacted channel. Someone explained to me, Rez, maybe you know, or maybe someone in chat knows, why, what is the technical limitation on why on earth my friends and I can't play together? So here's what I know, and there's a bunch of like back and forth about this. So let's say 5 of my friends are on the Mari server. Another 5 of my friends are on Voltan server. And then another 5 are on Invisca. The way I understand it, and there's rumors kind of both ways, like, no, you can do it, no, you can't. But the way I understand it, if I'm on the Mari server and I want to play with friends on the Voltan server in a dungeon, we have to literally queue up at the same time and hope to God we get put together.
Yeah, so to clarify, this is on different servers in the same server cluster. So this isn't you on EU West trying to play with EU East, right? This is you on EU West trying to play with EU West, correct?
Right. Yeah, you playing or US West, like you're playing within that region, within that country.
Yeah.
Yes. Even them, you literally are not able to. Someone said the RNG matchmaking suits BDO players perfectly. But like, okay, so all of my friends, and then Amertat brought up a really good point too when I was talking with him about it. He was like, why do people keep saying like, oh, I can't go to that server with you, I'm already on Mari, or I'm already on Voltan? You're not on any of these servers yet. They're not out.
Well, I mean, that's kind of being
pedantic. No, because it's like, hey, you said 12 of our friends are going to Voltan, and 2 of them are going to Mari, so I can't go with you guys to Voltan because my friends are already going to Mari. It's like, well, tell your friend that you have 13 friends going to Voltan and have them come with you to Voltan.
Yeah, but maybe their friends have 13 friends on Amari. Like that person doesn't know. Like, you don't know what's going on.
Then bring that group, or say, hey, we have 14. Say, hey, we have 14.
You guys go to Amari
because she didn't say that they have 14 friends. They just said I have 1 friend. So why is your 1 friend dictating where you go when the rest of your friend group is on the other server? Like,
Because they're trying to hook up, dude. Leave them
this
alone.
is the problem with separating everybody. It's fucking
Yes.
annoying. And this is not even factoring in that we won't get to play with, share market with, queue up with, PvP with any of the people from East. That's just an entirely different region completely.
Yep. There's entire group, like, it's also going on in my guild, although like my guild isn't as looking forward to Lost Ark as like the people in the Spectrum Discord are. But like it's happening in Bloodthirst too, where people are like, "Hey, what server are you guys going?" And it's like, "Oh, we're going west." It's like, "Oh, well, I'm going east." And it's like, "Oh, well, have fun, I guess." It's like, why does that need to be a thing that happens? I will never understand it. Put the fucking servers in Dallas or Chicago and make an one goddamn server. And then they make it even
It's
more
not Dallas or
complicated by doing the
Chicago.
shit you're
It's
talking
Nebraska.
about.
It's Nebraska, all right?
Well,
Now, here's the
listen,
thing.
Nebraska doesn't have
Nebraska.
internet, so
Yeah.
that's the problem with that.
Put the radio transmissions in Nebraska. Here's the other thing too. Why? Okay, so let's say we give them the benefit of the doubt, absolute benefit of the doubt. Like, look, we can't. It's not just server costs. Maybe there is some technical limitation. Our games engine doesn't support this. So we have to divide our servers in this way. So why on earth can we not party up with people from other servers, at least within the region, like US West? Why can't a Mari person queue up, party up with someone from Volton and do the dungeon together? Even if we can't participate in any open world stuff together, fine. Why can't we go run the dungeon together? Or why can't I queue up with 2 other people and go 3v3? I understand maybe there's a ping difference between US West and US East and they want to separate that. But why can't the US West people party up and go do stuff together with the other people from the channel? Because people are inevitably going to be divided.
Well, that is until they merge the servers after 1 year of them being out because there's not enough players.
Maybe, but it's like, so I just don't get to play with my friends for the first year.
Yes.
At least not all of them. And the problem is too, every time with every starting game, everyone's group of friends goes through this where you start off with 15 people and then only 3 of them survived. And then later on down the road, you find out 5 really other like good friends are still playing full time, but they're on a different server. So you don't even get to play with them.
So you either have to continue playing with no friends or you have to restart on that server.
It's just like, dude.
Yep.
Come on,
good times. Man. Smart
Look,
business decisions. Hey, you know what would be really good for our market is if we made friend groups have civil wars. That'd be really good for our capital.
Dude, the thing is like these divisions made so much sense in 1996 when StarCraft did it because I didn't know anybody from the East and no one in the East knew anybody from the West. That was super, super rare. Everyone you met was new from online in the server that you were in. But in 2022, all of my friends are fucking all over the world. Why can we not all play in the same place? And my own friends that are in California can't play with me, who is also in California in 2022. That is crazy.
Yeah. That's the really crazy part for sure. That's like an extra layer of like, wait, what the fuck? Nexosu says Amazon got a lot of practice with merging servers and character transfers in New World, so maybe they'll allow that in Lost Ark.
Dude, it's crazy. And okay, so this is being selfish and being just talking about the US. Let's talk about the EU for a minute, all right? Because EU has it way worse. Because here in the US, here in North America, I mean, you're only really dealing with at most like 3 major languages, right? Like a lot of English, a lot of Spanish, and then a little bit, maybe French. Maybe there's a little bit of French in there, right? Or
it's like
there's some
90% English though.
It's like 90% English, but there's a lot of people that speak Spanish, and there's a lot of people like there's some people that speak French, and then there's Portuguese in there too. But here's the thing. So I saw this post. Let me see if I could find this. Hold on. So I saw this post that was talking about like they don't like that in EU that they didn't label or give like a language preference for the servers ahead of time, because what ends up happening is, so he gave the example of like, he's like, I live in Germany, right? So obviously I would pick the German server. However, or like one of the servers in Germany, or one of this server that's closest to me or whatever. But he's like, but I don't speak German, and I don't want to speak German, and I have no interest in speaking German. And it's like, how is it going to feel for someone that just picks a random server, not realizing that 90% of that population speaks German and they only know English? That they don't even have like, there's like no list for that or nothing to like kind of help them out with that. Here was kind of the post this guy put up. He said, I think EU not being language classified is a bigger problem than some might think, especially if there's no server transfer. I'm a German speaker as well, and I would absolutely hate being on a server where 50% plus are Germans. I just prefer English as a language, always did. That's why I speak English to everyone in my life who understands it. Imagine reading in chat, and then he says something in German that I don't understand. He says, yeah, right, get the fuck out with that shit. With all these languages Europe has, it's going to be absolute chaos if they're not going to do French, German, English, Spanish, etc. And then important edit. It's already started, guys. A dozen German guilds and communities have decided that Asta will be their German server. And this is exactly what I meant. Now imagine the poor souls who don't know this, who join the server in goodwill and get bombarded with German. This would easily be avoidable by Amazon if they gave some labels, German, Italian, French, etc. TLDR, do not join Asta if you're not willing to endure German guilds and players. I will update this thread decisions based on etc. etc. It's... I mean, we don't even really have to deal with that here in the West, but that's like a whole nother variable that's just like, holy shit. Like, okay, so some of these dungeons, people may not know this, anyone who hasn't been looking into Lost Ark, some of the dungeons and raids, there are a lot of mechanics that require teamwork and coordination, and if you can't actually speak to the people you're with, it is going to be a goddamn nightmare. Like, that is going to make the game so difficult. I don't know. Like, yeah, the whole server thing is just... I was already like, man, I hate that there's an East and a West. I would prefer there just be a centralized server somewhere and put us all together. Like, I'll deal with the shitty ping if I could play with my friends for a while. But this, like, everyone on different servers is crazy. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It sucks.
It sucks.
So that's one of the negatives. Obviously, the other negative that I've pounded home a million times, I still find it absolutely absurd that we're releasing, what, 7 classes now, because they just got the artist behind KR, and they're getting 2 more classes this year that I'm 100% sure we're not going to get. So we're going to be like 8 or 9 classes behind for seemingly no real reason. And every time someone says it's because they're reworking these classes, no, just no. That's not a good enough reason, because some of the classes they're not reworking that we don't have is not a good enough reason. But now the positive thing, the game still looks really, really fun. I'm actually like, I have not been this excited for a new MMO in a long ass time. This is my first time I'm like legit like, dude, I cannot wait to play this game. Are they tied to content releases? Yes. Yes, the Summoner was tied to the launch of the game, and yet somehow we're not getting it. So no. So no.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
And you, since you've been doing a lot of research into it,
A little bit.
I have done a total of watching one like 4-minute video. That's how much research I've done into Lost Ark.
Mm-hmm.
Why are there so many punchy classes? Like, I watched this video. The one video I watched was, here's the classes that are coming out in KR. And I'm like, okay, well, this is like 4 minutes long, and it's an informative video because I don't know what the classes are. So, like, yeah, I'll watch it. So I'm watching these classes, right? And then it shows the striker. And I'm like, okay, here's the martial artist class, like, for sure,
Right.
100%. Like, it's your standardized, like, every game has to have one, right? The martial artist, right? And then it's like, so the striker fades out. And then they're like, and here is like the Shadow Fist or something. And I'm like, What? And it's another punchy class, and I'm like, okay, so this is the female version of the striker. It's like striker and mystic. Okay, I got it. That's no big deal. And so then the shadow fist goes out, and then it's like, and here's the war kicker or something, and I'm like, okay, now this is just getting ridiculous. How many of these
kicker.
punchy classes are there gonna be? And there's like 4 or 5 of them. I was astounded, honestly, that they just kept coming out like it's a fucking clown car.
Okay.
Like, why is there so many?
Yeah, all of the classes basically are gender locked. You could argue 2 of them are not, but the problem is their kits aren't identical. The ones where, like, so for example, the female gunner and the male gunner, which are technically, like, if you want to argue, they're not gender locked, but their kits are pretty different. Yeah, there's 4 martial artists, I believe, and I don't know, but they all play relatively different. Like, they're pretty different specs and mechanics, and some of them are more mid-range, some are purely melee. One of them has a spirit bomb, so they're pretty different. But I don't know. I guess there is kind of a lot, but they do have. So we're launching with 15 specs. Just funny because I think we're getting all 4 of the punchy ones, or we're at least getting 3 of them. And then, but there's like, I think they have 21 classes, maybe 22 now, with the artist. So it's still a fairly small portion of the classes, the punchy classes. Yeah. I guess it's kind of a lot, but they do play different. Like if you actually like watch their videos, they're pretty different from each other.
Yeah. Sure, but like I don't know, it was just funny. It was just a really funny moment when I'm watching the video and I'm like, okay, there's the martial arts class, and I'm like, oh, another martial. Okay, well, I guess this is the female version of that last. Oh, another martial art. Okay. Oh my god, another martial. It's like it just kept coming.
Which one are you gonna play? Did you decide which one you kind of like?
Bro, I have no fucking idea. I don't know. I'll figure it out when I get there.
Yeah,
which server are we going to again? I saw you add everybody in the Spectrum Discord.
Yeah, the class you probably would play is not coming out. I would imagine you'd play Destroyer, which is like the giant hammer class. It's a giant 2-handed hammer. That looks kind of sick. Although supposedly it got nerfed and now people hate it, but I don't know. I think the plan is Invisca.
Yeah, that's right. It was in Visca. That's what you put in that post anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think I'm going Demonic Bard. Dude, and the other thing too, I keep seeing people tell me like, wait, you're not gonna play on US, you're not gonna play on East? That's where all the good PvPers are going. And it's like, yeah, so that way I can ladder and get to the top on the West, while all you idiots are fighting for the top spot with all the good players in the East, like morons. All right?
Yeah.
Why would I go to that's not going to entice me to go to the East to tell me that I'm just going to get shit on by everybody? What?
Yeah.
That's not a selling point.
Wait, you're going West, but then you won't get to fight against Divios. It's like, yeah, that's the point.
I think Divios would probably play West. Isn't Divios West Coast? I actually don't know.
I have no idea.
Remember.
No, he's Canadian. He's East.
Oh, is all of Canada East? I didn't know that. My
yes.
bad. I didn't know none of Canada is in the West.
Like
That's my
99% of the population of Canada is like East, yes.
I didn't realize that. That's my bad, dude. Well, good to know. I guess we're not looking at maps anymore. All right, well.
Bro, show me a population breakdown of Canada. I'm Googling it.
I mean, what if he here? We'll look at a North America map.
Distribution of Canada.
It's not about how many people live there. There's still.
Yes, it is.
How is that? I mean, what if he lives in Vancouver? That's right above Seattle. Do you consider that West or East? Are you still considering that East?
Yeah. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this graph. Look at this graph. You have on the west side of Canada, you have the smallest populations.
Yeah, but there's still millions of people that live on the west.
But what I'm saying is if he is Canadian, it is more likely that he is on the east than the west.
I mean, it looks like it's about there's 38 million people total. They're saying, God, Canada's tiny.
Canada's kind of tiny. Yeah,
Canada is
it's
so
ridiculous.
small. My God.
The only
all
reason they're relevant is because they're
So,
our best friend.
If he lives in Calgary, are you considering that east?
I don't know where Calgary is. Where's Calgary?
I know you don't know where anywhere in Canada is. What if he lives in
Look, man,
Prince
I'm
George
looking at the graph.
or Edmonton?
Look, man, I'm looking at the graph, and the graph is showing a lot more population bubbles on the east side, including the biggest one, which is 2.5 million people. On the west side, you have a couple oranges, one yellow, and one green.
I mean, I'm sure the graph looks the same for the United States, maybe a little bit less vertical.
That's you know what? Maybe let's take a look. Let's see.
So I guess we're all East Coast too.
Population
God damn it.
distribution. No, because the thing is you're gonna have so many people in California. You're gonna have California and New York are gonna even out.
Yeah, but then you have like all these dense cities all over the place in the east, and too many people live in Florida. Let's not ever forget that.
I don't distribution. Sure, whatever. Just give me a graph with colors that I can look at. That's what I need.
A graph with colors. Look, most of the United States lives in Wyoming. You didn't know that?
You didn't know that?
Oh my God.
But I mean, you're not wrong in that. I do think that majority of the American population is on what is like the east side of the country. But there is also a huge population in California that really kind of evens things out a little bit.
Look, all right, someone's coming at me saying, look at Frosty trying to sound smart. I'm trying to sound smart by naming Calgary and Vancouver. No idea. Really? What I'm trying to do is not say, oh, he's from Canada, then he's on the east. I'm just trying to not do that. I'm not trying to sound smart, all right?
I'm just playing the odds. It's more likely he's on the east than anywhere else if he lives in Canada.
Is there a male wizard in Lost Ark? No. I actually don't think any of the mage classes are male. It's like Arcana is female, Sorceress is female, Summoner is female, and Bard is female. They're all female. All of the mage classes are female.
Disappointing.
Where's my Musa in Lost Ark? I know, that's not coming out either. That's the Lance Master, which is very Musa-esque. It's like a hybrid Musa Mewa, like crazy class. You're all. Nayashi says we're all part of the country of Florida.
Florida's its own thing. Nobody wants to talk about it other than Florida. Even Texas, which is like Florida's like friend, is like, yeah, I like Florida, but like we're not that close.
Anyway, all right. So I hate the way the servers are divided. Please, please, please make a way where we could preemptively party up with other people on Western servers or East Coast players, other players on Eastern servers to go do a dungeon together. Since you already are allowing random queues between the servers within a region, so US East, Azina, Yuna, Regulus, Avesta, all these are able to random queue into each other for PvP and PvE. Let them also party up to queue up for stuff. Don't leave them like only able to play together by chance. It's just horrible for the game. If Lost Ark or Amazon could do anything right off the bat, that should be your priority. Please. I'm begging
Also,
you.
I know it's gonna happen, but try your best to not let day one be awful.
I mean, it's gonna happen.
It's going to happen, but just like prepare for it, please. Like it happens every time. It should not come as a surprise. I don't want to see a statement where it's like, "Oh, there was an unexpected." No, it's entirely expected. It happens every time. You should be prepared for it.
Yeah, the message should be there's an unexpected there was an unexpectedly low amount of players, so we're actually going to close some of these servers. That's what it should be. Overestimate. Don't underestimate, god damn it.
Yeah, but see, that's actually bad for like investors though, right? And that's the thing. What's good for players is bad for investors.
Yeah, if when you're waiting for server keys, just grind BDO. I mean, that is what we're going to be forced to do, but it's going to be... I fucking hate server queues, man. I hate them so much, dude. I hate it because the problem is you start doing stuff with your friends, and then your game crashes once, and you're fucking out. Oh, that's the worst.
So I have a question for you, Frosty. So I'm playing Lost Ark, yes. I who knows? Maybe I'll fall in love with the game. I doubt it. Most likely what'll happen is I'll only be interested in the PvP.
Okay.
Is there any reason whatsoever for me to do anything in the game other than the PvP because it's equalized from the get-go?
If all you care about is PvP, not really. Like, you level up your characters and then you can go PvP with them. But I would venture to guess, if you're willing to be slightly open-minded, which I know is hard, you're in Texas.
It is hard. It's not in my blood.
It's not in your blood. But if you could open up your mind just a little bit, I think that you'll be pleasantly surprised by the PvE, because it's actually very good in this game.
Yeah, I mean, hey.
But no, to answer your question, no. You can just level up your character and then PvP, and then level up any other characters you want to try and then just PvP, if you want to.
I am I'm already open. I've already been open-minded enough to play the game. I wasn't going to play it until you basically harassed me about it. So well, let's answer the question that on everyone's mind though, Frosty.
Wait, hold on. Vex is saying what do you mean about being able to party up with us in the same region? You can already do that. Okay, so what you can't do, Vex, if I play on Mari in US West and a friend of mine plays on Volton US West, those two people can't party together and queue up. They can appear together in a random queue, but you can't pre-party up and queue together. And I'm saying they need to allow that. I understand why they don't allow Mari queuing up with anyone from the East, but you should be allowed to queue up with people. I have looked everywhere and I found zero proof of what you're saying. All of it is just RNG queue. Now, if it is possible, fantastic. But I looked everywhere. I looked through like Q&As. There's like no evidence that I could find. Maybe I just don't know where to look. I've asked streamers and they all tell me no. So I have to see how it works. And also for PvP as well. Same thing. Yeah, but as far as I know, so the answer that I've been giving is that the dungeon finder or the group finder, it only sees the people on your region, not on the other regions. And what was your question, Rez? I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
So we need to I feel like we need to answer two big questions.
Okay.
Question number one, the one that everybody's asking, right?
I feel like no one's asking
kahuna.
this, but let's hear it.
The big kahuna. Is Lost Ark going to kill BDO?
No.
There you go. There's the answer to that one. And then question
games
two.
Don't kill each other anymore. It's just not how it works. There's too many people that like too many different things.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fair argument to make. And then question number two, the question that nobody's asking, but the question that we're gonna have to answer at some point, if not now, then later.
Okay.
Is this podcast going to turn into a BDO / Lost Ark podcast?
I don't know. I'm not too sure. I mean, it depends. If you're not playing past day 3 because you only like the PvP, then probably not. You know?
All right.
I already do a podcast with you with one game you don't play. Can't do a podcast with you with 2 games you don't play.
Hey, calm down. I'm grinding.
I'm grinding during the podcast. Yeah.
I'm grinding underwater right now, dude. This is like my 7th hour ever at underwater. I don't know if you saw, but I grinded my first ever hour at underwater last week.
Yeah. Now, okay, I will say about your first question about it killing BDO, there will definitely... Now, February, I think, is going to be a tough month for BDO because February is the launch of Lost Ark. It's also going to be the launch of a new expansion or new content for Guild Wars 2, which may seem small, but people still do love that game. It's also going to be the launch of Dying Light 2. It's also going to be the launch of Elden Ring. That new Pokemon game just came out. The new Path of Exiles League is starting. Plus, obviously, Lost Ark. Like, there is a lot of stuff coming in February. So I do think that over the next 4 months, February, Total Warhammer 3. Destiny 2 as well. I forgot. Destiny 2 is getting new DLC. So over the next 3 months, February is going to be a very empty BDO compared to the rest of the months. It'll definitely bounce back, but February will be... You'll be able to probably find an Orcs rotation in February. Let's put it that way.
And that's why you can almost be certain that they're going to extend the tag event at least one more time.
They may very well. I mean, it's already going to February 16th, right? So it's like, what, 2 more weeks to close out the month?
Exactly. They're going to extend it one more time by 2 more weeks to the end of February.
Yeah. My hope is that we get a fishing event so I can AFK fish and make some silver in the background while I'm playing a bunch of Lost Ark that first week or two, you know?
That actually, I was actually going to say, like, that might be the smart move on their part, because the number that they always like to flaunt around is how long players are staying on BDO. And so even if players are playing other games, it doesn't matter as long as they're also sitting AFK in BDO doing something. So what I wouldn't be surprised for them to do is exactly that, introduce a fishing event so that while people are playing these other games, they're still able to show their investors, like, hey, no, check this out. Like, they're still playing at like the same, if not better rates than like they were previously. So like these other games releasing didn't affect us at all, actually, even though it totally did.
Yeah. Although if you're AFK fishing, your intention is probably to come back.
Yes, absolutely.
But I do think grind spots are going to be a lot easier to get in February. Let's just put it that way.
February is a gear up month for anybody who's sticking with BDO and not interested in playing anything else.
I am going to go extremely hard on Lost Ark for at least the first week, but maybe 2. Like, really hard. Like, I'm going to be, like, all in. I'll still be playing BDO every day, but I don't know how much just for the first couple weeks.
So what you're saying is, whenever Lost Ark releases, the next episode of the podcast is, in fact, going to be the Lost Ark episode.
Probably. I'm excited. I was saying, too, like, I have not ever had... Yeah, Lost Ark is free to play. Yes, Vex, please do. Lost Ark is free to play. You can pay to play a little bit early and you get some perks and stuff.
Yeah, I was going to ask what level you are.
It's a Google Doc. Hold on. What is this? Virus scam. I'll let that load. Apparently it's the world's biggest Google Doc of all time. Where is question number 15? How do I find question number 15? This shit ain't numbered properly in here. It goes to 9 and then starts back over at 1 and then goes to 5 and then starts back over at 1. Where the hell is question 15, man? Let's see. Overworld areas are not cross-server and you'll only... Alright, so is this game cross-server? Overworld areas are not cross-server and you'll only see people from your server in different islands and continents. Dungeon raids, PvP arena, and auction house are cross-server. You can easily set up pre-made parties to instance with your friends on other servers. Pictured cross-server. But to what end? Like, is that east-west? Is that only east? Is that only west? How does that work? He doesn't specify at all in here. He gives 0 examples. So you'll be able to queue up with East?
How funny would that be
as
if
West?
you could queue up with East from West, but you couldn't queue up with West from West?
Is East and West sharing the same market? Like, that's the thing. Like, I don't know what that means. That's why it's like that Q&A is like have him edit. If you know him, have him edit that. Would be fantastic because it doesn't specify. It doesn't actually answer any of those questions. Yeah. Hold on, wait. Sorry, let me go back to this real quick. Because also in his answer, like his answer says that East and West should be able to play together. It just says only across oceanic regions. Yeah. Let's see, Overworlders. Let's see. You can easily set up instances with friends on other servers. Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully he updates it and says it because I don't know. But that'll be really nice. Yeah, but I don't. Did they say these are different regions? Did they mention these are different regions? Or is it just because is this define it as a different region? Only US West or East reminds me of 2000 Diablo. I know. It's still so bad. It's so stupid, but whatever. So people keep asking too, is there any PvP that requires gear? They are adding like GVGs and like this endgame stuff. I don't know a lot about it. That is going to be full gear, require full gear. I don't know how important or impactful it is though.
Wait, is there not open world PvP?
No. It's only...
That's strange.
Is it?
I don't like that.
Why not?
Because open world PvP is fun.
Well, the game is, you know, where would you open world PvP? In your dungeon? Running around leveling up? I don't know. It's like kind of weird. That's how they do it. It's not really like as much of a PvP game. It's a theme park instance game. Yeah, the open world is really just for questing.
Ugh.
Yeah, there is an open world, but it's mostly just for running through the quests and doing the quest dungeons.
Ugh.
Okay. Let's not be brats. Are there any other major questions?
Yeah, there is.
Right.
There's one more major question.
Let's hear it.
Do you think that Lost Ark is going to replace BDO as your main game?
It could temporarily, but here's the thing that Lost Ark doesn't have going for it. For me personally, okay, one, while I can tolerate isometric, I think it's okay and I'll still have fun in isometric, but it's just not as fun. It's just not. It's not. It doesn't feel as in depth. It doesn't feel like I have as much control, and it doesn't suit my needs. If that makes sense, to the fullest extent. While it's really fun, it still makes it feel more of like a side game than a main game. That's number one. Number two, at the end of the day, it is on Unreal Engine 3, and they will always be limited by Unreal Engine 3. Number three, now I know this upsets people, but the combat, while I think for an isometric game actually does have an incredible amount of depth, just does not have as much depth. It just doesn't. It's like it's very simplified. And if you look at any of the grinding in it, and like the dungeons are complex, but the actual combat is like relatively simple. The other thing too is I have a hard time doing dungeons over and over again. And dailies and stuff. Like that kind of stuff gets really old to me really fast. So I don't know. For me right now, it'll mostly be a side game, but at first I will play a lot of it because it's new. No, you move by clicking. You click to move. Yeah. It's very Diablo-esque in that sense. Very like click to move. And again, like everything about it, I think it's really cool and it's a very in-depth game and it is going to be incredibly popular and it's very like accessible. It's a very easy to get into accessible game. But to me, for what I like, my personal taste, I prefer BDO's style, point of view and combat and graphics by a lot. Like I like having access to my entire kit and not being limited to 8 abilities, if that makes sense. I like having access to everything. Yeah, BDO's dying. They're trying to cushion the hit by releasing. Yeah, no, that's false also. So yeah, it's just We'll see what happens though. You know, I don't know anything. I don't know for sure. I think everyone's real.
What your take?
I think everyone's real future main game is
The Riot MMO.
The Riot
Yeah,
MMO
we're all waiting
potentially.
for it.
That's what everyone's like. These
Everyone's
are all
waiting
just
for it.
right now. I feel like in terms of depth, I like BDO the best. Lost Ark will help me kill some time. But yeah, we got probably 4 years until that Riot MMO comes out. And yeah, to answer people real quick, to answer people's question about the BDO arena, that it's going to be on Global Labs February 4th. The arena of Solaire. What were you going to say?
I was gonna say, I know, it's kind of a meme, the Riot MMO thing, but like, it actually is like, I mean, you hope that it will be like a competitor to like WoW and Final Fantasy and all those, because it has so much money being put into it, right? It's Riot, who is one of the biggest game companies, you know? So it's like, you expect it to be grand if nothing else, right?
Yeah. But again, I'm tempering my expectations because I mean, there are way more new worlds. For as much shit as people give about BDO, mostly actual BDO players who have played for 20,000 hours that tell me how shit the game is. For as much shit as people give me about BDO, there are way more Wild Stars and New Worlds and Blesseds than there are BDOs. It is very rare to get into an MMO and actually want to play it for a long time. It is hard these days. So while I do think Riot has the best chance, I still think that chance is sub 50% that it's going to be like, oh, I'm definitely playing that game for a year or two. You know what I mean? Just because. Just because it's hard. MMOs are hard.
I think I'd give them better chances than that because it is Riot. They've done really well with moving into different genres, right? Their card game is amazing. Valorant, I know people hate it like as a meme, but it's a very successful game.
It is.
So like they've been doing really well moving into like these other genres. Now that being said, MMO is arguably the hardest genre.
That's the fucking one, man. That's what I was gonna say. None of those are MMOs though.
None of them are MMOs. That's right. But I mean, League has, or Riot rather, has the advantage of already having a world built, already having lore ready to ship out like day one. It's already all done, right? So they have a lot of advantages in not only the talent that they bring, because there's a lot of really talented people that are working on this project that have worked on similar projects in the past. They also have a lot of the essential parts like done basically. Not to say that like it can't fail because of these reasons, or that like, you know, it's going to be coming out soon or anything like that. It's still going to take a long time, and it could still be complete utter dog shit. We don't know. But I'm just saying, I think that increases their odds more than
I think it increased their odds. I'm
companies.
still putting them sub 50% because here's the thing that none of those games they dove into they never have to answer this question with Valorant or with Legends of Runeterra or with League of Legends. The question that is like the death of all MMOs shortly after release. Well, what do I do in endgame? What is there to do in endgame? That question is like, that is so hard in MMOs. It's always like the leveling system is cool, the story is cool, the world looks cool, the graphics look cool, the combat's kind of fun. It's always like one or two of the things is in there, and then there's this like, okay, I'm max level, and it's like, now what? Are you going to make me do dailies? Am I going to just kill mobs in a circle? Do I do raids? Like, what are they going to do to make people feel like, oh, this is really cool and fun compared to these other ones? That's the part that I think is really hard. And you're right, they do have the world. They have a foundation that's like really awesome, and clearly with the way they did the movie, or sorry, the TV show Arcane, like their story building and character arcs is like awesome. Like they have so much there. And obviously like the animations and the combat could potentially be super cool too, because I mean, they just are all over. They have everything. You have like really cool magic classes and non-magic classes, melee classes, all sorts of really cool stuff that you could do with the combat.
A lot of potential. Lot of potential, that's for sure. But we'll have to see because, like you said, MMOs, man, that's the one.
Yeah. Dude, it's so funny how people have no idea about BDO's numbers. All right, so I don't know. Is that you want to?
I was also gonna say that's a really weird take that BDO is dying. Currently, I think if you made that take, I don't know.
In
There's
the
been a
middle
couple
of in the
moments
middle of
history-
February, you could say it. Right,
Yeah,
right now it's so far from death. It's not even like remotely close.
yeah, that's a weird take to have right now. I think we're still in the honeymoon phase of reboots. The tag event has really been extending that, where people are still like having fun, running around, testing things, all these things that they weren't able to do before. Yeah, I don't know. That's a weird take.
Yeah, and this idea that people are quitting because the end game content is just grinding in the circle is, I don't know who these people are. It's like the amount of people that are at end game is like larger than ever. It's crazy. And then there's just like this constant influx of new players. It's like irritatingly crowded in the game. February is going to be a nice month though. That's why it's like, while I won't be spending as much time because I'll be playing a lot of Lost Ark, I will be able to grind efficiently without having to look for a spot in the times I am grinding. So that'll be nice.
Very true. Very true. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not looking forward to any of those games, so I'll probably just keep doing what I've been doing for years now, which is going to Node Wars and then playing other games.
Yeah. All right. Comments?
All right, comments.
All right.
I almost got through my hour with that discussion.
Oh.
Almost. If only Nyashi was here to talk about random BS.
How much more time do you have?
No, we're good. We're good. I'm gonna swap to another character.
Oh, okay.
Let me pull up the comments real quick. I have faith in Riot, man. I really do. I know. Listen. I don't believe in a lot of things. Here's the list of MMO projects that I've like truly believed in. It's Ashes of Creation and Riot's MMO. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Just those two. And even if Ashes ends up not being for me, I think Ashes is going to end up being a good game for a lot of people. Let's see here. All right, 138. 48 comments. Oh boy.
I think I'm on the right one. What episode was it? 138?
138.
Okay.
Yeah, should be. Let me just double check, but that should be it. Yeah, 138. And then sort by new. Let's scroll down, read more, replies, read more. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, read more. Just gonna go ahead and open everything up so I don't have to do it as I go. Let's see here. A lot of paragraphs. Not liking that. Not liking that at all. Oh boy.
It's good for my voice. I can relax.
Yeah, that's good for you. Replies. Whew. Oh boy. All right, let's see here. Let me get this set up. All right, put this right here. Scroll all the way down. All right, you ready?
Yep.
All right. Lol Snaped says, "Buff sucks Zerk, LOL." I completely agree. Class is too weak. Needs to be buffed. The Spoon Elite says, I understand this is a progression game and my DP is lacking, so I don't act surprised when I die standing up in 1v1. I am 301 Maneuver with C1 Dandy and I feel like I do damage. It concerns me that I have to be C20 armor before I feel tanky. Although I haven't tested it, perhaps you feel tanky if you're willing to sacrifice a lot of damage going Centaurs and Libers as early as C4 to C9, but that isn't my understanding, and it is a substantially more of a commitment than it is to invest in your AP. I think that'd be correct. Wouldn't you agree, Frosty?
Um, kinda.
Kind of?
Well, but the thing is like there's no like past a certain point, there's not that much benefit in investing in your AP. So it's like not as much of a loss as people actually think. So for example, if I want to run like a Sissel neck down the road once I'm endgame, like I just get a ton more tankiness and still deal about the same damage as everybody else. You know what I mean? So it's like in some form, sure, but later on in the game, not as much. Especially if you end up getting like the really crazy endgame stuff, then like, I don't know, like Choice is literally can be 324 with Kudum or whatever. So it's like, he's not really sacrificing that much, you know? Sure, he's only 309. He's only 309 AP, I guess. Poor him, but yeah.
Yeah, true. I like the first reply was Gearlit 301 with Maneuver. I don't even have my Vels yet. I don't stand a chance. Jesus. Bloodwolf links to 40-minute timestamp, says he quit Sork to go to Kuno because, quote, Sork is too easy. So Sork is probably now the easiest rat class to play if it's easier than Kuno?
I still think Succession Kuno is easier than Sork, but I do think Sork is pretty easy.
Sork is pretty easy. A lot of iframes. Hadouken OCX says, hello, Frosty. Wanted to apologize. I didn't mean to attack you. I really didn't know that you didn't press shift keys anymore, but nevertheless, I can only recommend the Razer Naga Pro or Logitech G600. P.S. Once you have it, you won't look back. You can use it in LOL no longer to press Control 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. And yes, unfortunately, I hardly get to stay up to date with your podcast. Unfortunately, I have little time these days. I moved work, etc. But I think I'll take a look at your stream these days. Sorry, Rizlar. It's your fault that I write TLDR. You always used it back in the day. Thought I'd use it too. Greetings to you all, Ohio.
I did not feel attacked, Hadouken. I was joking. I was being sarcastic. But yeah, I stopped using it.
Why are you attacking our viewers, Frosty?
The way I transitioned into non-shift use is when Corsair came out, because I knew I was just going to be frustrated just automatically swapping to using shift on my mouse instead of with my pinky on the keyboard. But like if I'm playing my main class and just dying all the time, or like it feels uncomfortable or awkward. So I ended up learning a new class and then coming back to my class to try to like figure it out and transition. And it still was really hard, but now I feel like incredibly comfortable with it. But some classes still feel really weird. Like Awakened Ninja feels incredibly weird to use shift on my mouse. I don't know why. I need more time with it, but it feels incredibly weird.
Yeah. Puffstar says, Mooses had to suffer being a shitty class for like 3 years. You really can't wait the 2 weeks. You should be saying good for them.
Yeah.
No, I don't think I will. Alex Iglesias says, I hope they add more PvP game modes. I think it would be fucking sick to have a payload type mode, but I've always thought a MOBA type game mode would be awesome, especially with a queue. Would kind of be like a boiled down version of a Node War with less time investment.
Yeah.
I had to, Frosty, I had to grind Secrea upward today to get my thing to go into lower because nobody was online that could compass me this morning. When you said Secrea would make for a good RBF map, did you mean upper or lower?
I meant lower when I was saying it, but I think both would be fun.
Dude, because I was running around upper and I was like, dude, this would be a sick Conquest RBF map.
Yeah.
Like, actually. Like, you put 3, like, dead center, like, that high point right there, which, first of all, let me adjust this. I understand it's going to be Cancer because there's going to be lawns everywhere. They're going to take 3, and then they're going to be flying all over the goddamn place. But It's really big. It's really open. I think it would make a really nice like Conquest RBF map. You put the point in the middle, and then you have 2 points that are like kind of out in the open, and then 2 points that are in kind of more enclosed spaces, like maybe some caves or something, like the couple caves that are around the edges.
Hmm.
I think it could be sick, dude. I
Yeah.
was walking around. I was like, dude, this would be a dope place to like fight.
Yeah, I think so too. So they had mentioned that they wanted to do a new type of node war in the winter region, that they wanted to do like a conquest or a base war thing where the rules are just entirely different. And I was thinking about this. Imagine this, hypothetically speaking.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine like the way the Valencia RBF works, right? But you 1v1 with your guilds. It's a 40-man versus 40-man, so it's 40-man cap. You 1v1, and there are 11 capture points across the winter region that you have to capture.
Okay.
And it's like the first person to blank points, whatever it would be, that where the average match lasts about an hour, maybe an hour and 20 minutes, something like that.
So RBF, but guild v guild in open world.
But guild v guild and in that region, yeah. So it'd be huge. So that this way there would be zero ball play, because if there's 11 points and you're running around one giant ball, literally the other team's just winning because they are split up and on multiple points. I think it would be super fun. It would make for a bunch of small skirmishes, and you'd split up into smaller groups so you can work with smaller people, not have to deal with like the crazy damage that happens when there's 50 people on one screen at once. I think it would be really fun.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Does it have to be 1v1?
Well, it could be not 1v1, but it would be, I don't know, it'd be harder to. The problem is alliances, right? Make things impossible. So I don't know. Like people would just team up.
Politics ruins
yeah,
everything.
Politics.
Yeah, that's true. That would suck. True. Silver Zico says, I agree with that Kuno is busted, but look at other classes too. Suxark, Ranger Awakening, really. Sork, Warrior, DK, they all busted. Big damage protected. If we got nerfed, what about the others? I don't want to play dog shit class anymore. If we get nerfed hard, I blame you for that. Yeah, Frosty, why are you trying to get Kuno's nerfed, dude? There's bigger problems.
I'm sure there are, but it's partly there's too many people in my class, you know.
It's just way too many people. Lincoln Johnson says, about the pets discussion, I'm a lifelong tamer and noticed Hailing is goofed. His accuracy is also messed up. I always wondered if pets have lower base accuracy, and if pets get your passive exit accuracy added to their accuracy. Also, did you guys see the silent protest from tamers about Helang? Even today, it seems that Helang stops attacking if he gets hit. I guess tamers are used to it since it took 3 years to fix the water despawn issue. Good show, keep up the good work. Let's not act like that was an issue. That was a design choice. Despawning in the water was a design choice.
It actually was for a while. That wasn't a bug that they didn't fix.
Yeah.
That was something they thought was a cool aspect of the class.
Yes, there was lore reasons for that.
Yeah.
So you say fix, I say rebalance.
Yeah. Totally, like they totally went back on their word. I hate them for it.
Yeah. How dare they? Origami says, lol, Lahn's complaining about being a 3-minute class. Must have forgotten they can level breath EXP by walking around, then fly everywhere and think breath level 1 is standard. Meme, by the way, sheesh.
Okay. I was going to say, you actually level up your breath by flying, because it's just stamina usage that levels your breath, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think that's correct. Oreo Sandwich says, PvP should be a viable way to progress in the game. Well, the devs disagree, so get fucked. Can you progress in, like, obviously gear not used
really.
in PvP in Lost Ark, but can you progress by doing PvP in Lost Ark?
There's like rewards and stuff, but not really. They actually mentioned this. I was reading through a discussion just the other day, and they said that the PvP to them isn't important enough to make it like where you like progress through with it. So let me get the exact quote so I don't misquote them, but it's not quite. I think you get rewards. I actually don't know what the rewards are exactly, but it's not like you're hard progressing your gear. I think it helps, but it's not like a. I don't think you're like progressing by just mainly PvPing. Let me find the exact quote real quick because I actually just read it. Let's see. Oh God, where is this? Oh my God, I literally just read it last night. It was like a dev note from the director. Oh, here we go. Okay, so they said okay, so PvP. Admit that there are currently a lot of shortcomings in PvP where you're not able to direct any attention to it. Last year, we have to address structural problems, establish a direction on how to approach unequalized competitive content, how to strike a reasonable balance on CC durations, a myriad of other problems, blah, 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 blah. Bullet point number 2. That being said, we do not consider PvP to be the core of this game, and we are wary of PvP content ending up as something required in the overall progression path. However, there are many players who are avid PvPers to whom we did promise to address PvP last year or make our best effort. So it's like they don't view it as a core part of their game in terms of like how you're going to progress, since it's the PvE and PvP are kind of separate. So
fair enough. Can I make kind of a radical proposition?
Sure.
What if you got money for participating in being in BA?
How much? Because
Not a lot.
The problem is if you're participating in BA, getting money. Well, I agree, it would be awesome. But is it better than AFK money? Like AFK fishing or AFK processing or whatever?
So that's what I was thinking, is if you were to sit in Battle Arena, right?
Mm-hmm.
It shouldn't give you hardly anything. Like you don't need to kick people out because that's kind of silly. But obviously you shouldn't be getting as much money as you would like AFK fishing, right?
Yeah.
But if you are actually participating in BA, like maybe you even make it a thing where you get money for like getting kills and deaths, and then you just put some sort of cap on it so that it can't be like abused, or I don't know, perhaps there's some way to look out for macros of some sort. I'm not sure.
I kind of like the idea of it. If I still think it can't really be more money than AFK stuff is the only thing. But I like the idea of it. I mean, I always like the idea of like if I'm in BA, earning a little bit of silver over time would be kind of nice. At the very least to pay for my buffs that are draining in there. Yeah, there's someone in chat saying that they don't have any desync in New World. That it's an action combat game with no desync. I've never heard.
Absolutely not true.
I have never heard a worse absolute lie in my entire life. That is the biggest. Now I understood his frustration originally, and then he said that other action combat games like New World don't have desync. LOL. Dude, literally go out. There's videos of people that are literally PvEing against one single mob in the early game, and the mob is teleporting around and hitting them when it's not next to them, or their attacks are completely whiffing. There is horrible desync in that game.
I personally experienced desync in New World, so it's definitely there.
Like
now, if you want to say like it's not as bad, like I don't know, we'd have to measure it at that point. But to say that there's absolute zero desync in New World is patently false.
No, it's really bad. It's horrible desync, and the game is way slower too, so it's even less of an excuse. The thing is like, here is the end of it. It's a discussion I get into with a lot of people. You cannot like the game. That's okay. You don't have to like BDO. Like my job, I don't care to convince someone to like the game. So whenever someone comes in and it's like, hey man, I'm not enjoying running around in circles. I'm not enjoying doing this. What should I do? What do you do to stay motivated? And it's like, play something else. There is absolutely no reason why, if you don't like the game, you should play it. If you don't enjoy it, you shouldn't play it. Now, if you are insecure with your decision to not play it and have to sit on Reddit or in a Twitch chat and convince everyone else that the game that they're all playing every single day is bad, like that's a you problem. It's okay if you don't like it. And everyone acknowledges the issues and some things that should be fixed, but trying really, really hard to convince everyone else that your decision was the right decision is just a waste of your time and everyone else's, and it just is sad. It's okay.
Yeah.
There are things like that suck about the game and that should be fixed, and everyone talks about it all the time, and they're slowly adding things because of it. And if it's not happening fast enough for you, just play something else. It's okay that you don't like the game, and it's also okay that other people do. You don't have to try to convince everyone that no one plays anymore. We're in the game. We're all stuck. We can't find a grind spot in any fucking rotation. If people want to quit, fine. Get out of my rotation. I'm okay with it. I think most people are okay with it. Come back to the game when you think it's good, or don't ever come back. Maybe the devs aren't doing it for you. That's okay. It's like, it's totally okay to not think that the game is in a good spot. I always recommend, if you're going to play a game, play the game based on what is already out for that game and tangible and you can experience today. And if you don't like it, then don't play it. Don't play it based on what you hope it might be in the future, because you're just going to get let down. Maybe you'll get lucky and it'll land and they'll fix exactly what ails you, but for the most part, most games probably won't. So if you're playing a game based on the hopes of what it might be, you're probably going to not enjoy it. And I highly recommend playing something else, whether that's BDO or anything, like whatever game you're playing where you're like, dude, it makes no sense in Lost Ark why they haven't balanced the PvP on all these classes all last year. That's okay. So then the PvPers, they could play something else if they don't enjoy it. But for the people that do, it's okay. You don't have to sell everyone on quitting a game. Either you play it or you don't. It's really that simple. I don't understand this effort going around trying to convince people to quit the game that you decided you don't like anymore.
Okay, let's come back to this, but I have breaking fucking news.
Okay.
This is huge.
Okay.
Tom Brady is retiring.
You're lying.
I am not lying.
You're lying, source.
Somebody put in my chat, Tom Brady retired. I said, what? I go and Google Tom Brady. It's all over the news. He's retiring.
I'm looking this up. Hold on. Oh my God, dude. It's time to retire. He announced it. Holy shit. Old news, someone says.
Old news as of 1 hour ago. Yeah.
Oh no, we're behind. Now we just look slow, like a slow news organization, Rezlar. Damn. Why weren't we the ones that broke it? Why couldn't he let us know so we could announce it on the podcast? That's pretty crazy, dude. He's going to start working for Pearl Abyss as a dev on the balance team. I'd be into it. He's Tom Brady at BDO dev.
Am I back?
Yeah, I didn't even know you were gone.
My internet's dying.
Uh-oh.
I don't know what's happening.
Dude, that's crazy.
Yeah, wow, that's crazy.
Maybe
also,
he'll be the head coach for the Saints.
Ooh, I'd actually kind of be down for that too. No, he's probably gonna get a broadcasting job. But yeah, in regards to that person in your chat, it's a big problem that I think people are having right now, where they feel the need to be validated in their opinions and in the decisions that they're making, and so they go into online communities and like bring up their opinions, and more importantly than that, they bring them up as a fact rather than opinion. And then whenever other people push back on that opinion,
they're copium.
They get personally insulted.
They have copium. The game is dying. If you think otherwise, you're on copium.
Yeah, exactly. So it's, it's one of those things. It's a big problem that people are having. People can't. It's like what's that? It's so funny that
he said, "quote I didn't even say one thing that's opinionated." You said that New World doesn't have desync.
Yeah, which is you're presenting that as fact, but that's just your opinion, right?
That's not an opinion, he says. All right, well,
yeah.
The funny dude, I actually saw this. I would say the first time I saw it where it was like huge, like where I was like, God damn, like this is a crazy amount of effort, is when I was playing Diablo 3 when Diablo 3 was new. There was a good long handful of people that were just Diablo 2 fans that were unhappy with Diablo 3. And it was like, dude, we're 6 months into this game and you are still here every day in the Reddit complaining about Diablo 3 compared to 2. Like, just don't play it. What are you doing?
Yeah.
It's so weird. It was like trying like on a campaign to just convince everyone, like, dude, do not play this game because it's not what I wanted. So no one should play it.
Yeah.
It's so weird.
It's weird. It's really, really weird. Yeah, I don't know. People have a real I don't know. I don't know if it's maturity or if it's like a confidence thing. I'm not sure what goes on with people like that, but it's strange, man. It's so funny that the meme, let people enjoy things meme is probably like it's got to be at least 5 years old. And I feel like it becomes more and more relevant every single day. Where it's like if you don't enjoy something but other people do, like that's fine. Just
it's all right.
leave them be. Like there's no reason to try and convince people that like their opinion is wrong, right? I don't know, it's such a weird thing. Very strange.
Especially
Very strange.
on stuff where we all agree like some of the stuff should change and we would love it to change, but like for me, I still play the game. I mean, I play the game voluntarily all of the time. I always get asked to, like, do you ever play the game when you're not streaming? And it's like, dude, I actually play way too much when I'm not streaming. Like way too much. I still enjoy, and I actually look forward, like if I'm out all day or whatever, I'm like, man, I can't wait to get home. I want to go play a BDO. But like, I guess that makes me on copium. I don't know why. I guess I'm weird.
Yeah.
Just on copium. That's all it is.
I don't know.
I'm
it's a weird thing. I feel like it's just a validation thing at the end of the day, right? They have an opinion, their opinion is unpopular, and they don't like that it's unpopular, and so they feel the need to try and convince you of why they are correct and you are wrong, right? And at the end of the day, it's like, just have a different opinion. It's chill.
Miss Rossi said, true story. I play way too much when I'm not streaming. Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, Tom Brady retiring, man, big deal. There's so many people
crazy.
that don't watch NFL that are like, what the fuck are they talking about?
I don't know. He's a pretty household name.
Yeah, true. But there are going to be a lot of people that don't know who he is. But you don't have to watch NFL to know who he is. That's for sure. XXX Harambe says Zerkers shoot GRJs from mid to long range.
True.
Tromang86 says Awaken Zerk in a weird spot. Titan Blow does awesome damage. Ancient Wave, great damage. Slugfest is alright. Seismic Scatter are laughable unless you get air or down attack damage. Further away from the Zerker you are, the scarier they are. The closer you get, the weaker they get. I know RBF isn't the best testing spot, but about 100 hours in new RBF with 689 gear score. Speedy melee classes don't have to respect Awaken Zerker melee skill damage anymore. Also, can we
is such
fucking camera aim on Scattershot? Having the skill fire in the direction your character is looking and not in the direction your camera is looking is dumb.
Okay, first of all, is scatter in a split shot actually laughable damage? And like, if you get air attack, is it that hard to get air attack? Isn't Slugfest fucking insane damage after you get a float from ground lift? Like if you go ground lift Slugfest or ground lift scatter split, like the damage is crazy on these. What are they? It's not just Ancient Wave or Titan Blow. The damage is damage is like the last thing. Are Zerkers complaining about their damage in PvP? Or is it just because you can't blow people up with seismic only now?
Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things. I think, to me, it's the inconsistency, which I think he touched on a little bit here. Scatter really does not do any damage if you don't have the air attack, and the same for seismic with the down attack. So it's one of those things where the melee damage is good if you get the right like setups done properly, which you can argue that that's a good thing and that makes it balanced and it's like fine. But the inconsistency of it is kind of frustrating, especially when things get resisted, right? So you go in, you try and get a ground lifting for a float into a scatter shot for your damage. They resist the float, so it does no damage on the scatter, right? This is very frustrating whenever you're trying to like go in. So it makes you feel like you're better off sitting 5 miles out and just waiting on Titan Blow to come off cooldown.
No one wants to hear it, but you know what results in more damage than corrupted crystals in the offhand? People actually getting CC'd. That's what I say. You gotta run the ignore resist crystals. I run them. I literally I run it to ignore float, and it has saved me unlimited hours of frustration. And guess what? The damage difference is very minimal. It's like, yeah, you lose a little bit of damage, but you're still killing people in a combo, and you lose way more damage when someone doesn't get refloated.
True.
I know. I was sitting in BA yesterday. We were my friend Jay, Panda, and Reaper were testing Awaken Zerker combos, like going back and forth. The amount of times that floats get resisted, especially on Zerkers, because Zerkers have like, what is it, 10% extra float resist? It was like crazy. I was just like, dude, I don't know how you guys are not running these crystals. That shit would tilt the fuck out of me. It was like every other combo they had to wait for cooldowns again because the float got resisted.
So, I guess to summarize, I think that what a lot of Zerkers are feeling right now, this comment is just phrasing what like Choice is saying, like that the range damage just feels, or the range capacity, I shouldn't even say the damage, the ability of Zerker to play at ranged, it feels way better than their melee capacity right now, because the damage is higher, it's a lot safer, it's a lot easier, it's just all around better. And so I think that that has a lot of Zerkers frustrated, and I think that Droming is just expressing that opinion in another way.
I got you. Is it the because the melee damage isn't not good. The melee damage is good. Like that we've established the melee damage is good. Is it the catches are not good when you're in melee range? Or the trade damage is not good?
I would personally be a little bit wary of saying like the melee damage is good as just like a blanket statement.
But
because
none
again,
of the combos use Titan Blow ever.
No,
and people
but
get
again,
exploded with low
you
gear.
either have to have them on the ground for seismic to do damage, you have to have them in the air for scatter to do damage, or you have to go through the entire like 1.5 second animation for Slugfest to do damage, right? And like Slugfest does a lot of damage, but over the course of the duration of the skill, right? And by no means am I saying any of these skills are weak. I'm just pointing out that saying that the melee damage is good is kind of, I feel like, an incomplete statement. And you're also comparing the melee damage to Titan Blow, which has insane damage on a 6-second cooldown you can use from 5 miles out, which has frontal guard. Right, that's really kind of what you have to do. You have to properly contextualize the melee damage and then compare it to the range damage.
I completely disagree. I don't think the total damage of it, even if you cut out Titan Blow. So you're saying like, I mean, this almost plays into like you do need a melee like CC that's good, because you're saying like, oh, blank only does damage if they're CC'd, but it's like, but the damage is really good when they're CC'd.
Yeah.
Like even without Titan Blow.
Yeah.
So is it just difficult to CC? Because the damage is there, but you need to CC them. So what's difficult is that it's difficult to CC people?
I suppose so. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, the main way I'm catching people in Node Wars is with Titan Blow. So I don't know. It's hard because the only protected CC that we have is Titan Blow,
right,
and Predatory Hunt. That's it, right? Because grabs are unprotected on attempt now. So it's difficult.
Yeah, you need Succession Weakling Hunt, dude.
Succession weakling.
Could you
huh?
imagine? Dude, that skill is crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what. I don't know what they can do. So, Awakening Berserker's in a weird place, man. It's really strange. I personally don't mind it because I don't mind playing at range. Um, I would argue, or I would agree with people who say that it's not as fun. I would probably agree with that statement.
Yeah.
But I don't really have a problem with it necessarily. But it's in a weird place where it's it's not that it's bad. It's absolutely not bad. It's good, but it's just like in this really fucking weird state where it's it's almost back to um prime Q buff Zerker, where basically the only thing it's doing really well in is like large scale.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't appear to be doing super good in 1v1s. Like it's performing, I would say, average probably. In small scale, it's doing pretty awful actually. I think for a lot of people. Um, and I don't know. It's just it's in a really weird place. It's strange. It's a strange class right now.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, didn't mean to kind of go on a rant there. It's just it's in a weird place, and I'm not sure what to say about it, honestly. Especially since I think most of the population of Awakened Seekers disagree with me that the playstyle is fine. I have no problem with
Are-
the playstyle,
are-
which I think is an unpopular opinion among berserkers.
Are the core skills bad?
Kind of, yeah, kind of.
Like what could you change? I just theory crafting here before we go on. What could you change on the core skills to make it feel like you do have a good protected CC like on Awakened Zerker? Like if you could literally do anything you wanted to one of the skills as like a core skill, like either change, remove, what could you possibly do to a core skill? As you're saying, bring back Giant Leap Bond, but were you actually catching people with that?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, quite frequently in 1v1s anyway, not in large scale. You wouldn't take it in large scale, but in 1v1s, yeah, pretty frequently actually. People tend to fall for that quite a lot. I don't know
see.
why. They just don't learn. It's very strange.
They just
Yeah,
don't learn.
I don't know, man. It's a hard question to answer.
Yeah, it is so weird that they removed it too.
It's very strange. It's very, very strange because it was a very useful tool for 1v1s. Kind of gimmicky, if I'm being honest, but useful nonetheless. So removing that core and then also making grab attempts unprotected, really kind of, it hurt its 1v1 a lot, is what I'll say.
So
Like, again, I'm
maybe
not saying it's weak, but
they
it
need to
hurt a lot.
speed up the grabs, and I don't know why they took that core. I'm trying to think because like it seems so random.
Yeah, I don't know. I honestly, I don't know. I'd have to really sit here and think about it for longer. I don't even think you need to speed up the grabs necessarily. I would like to see better options of what to do if you miss or they resist a grab, honestly.
Yeah.
Because it feels like you don't have a lot of options for what to do, especially like if your iframe's off cooldown, then great, you can iframe, but that's like a 4-second cooldown. If that cooldown is off, then you kind of are fucked, honestly. I don't know what like good Zerkers do. If my hop is on cooldown, then I always C swap for the frontal guard typically. But that oftentimes, not always, but oftentimes will just end up them CCing me from behind really quick because I am kind of locked in the C swap animation for, I don't know, half second maybe. But there's just like no good options. You can predatory, but then if they hit you while you're using predatory, then you're going to be getting hit stuttered and they're just going to like blow you up in SA. Which again, that's kind of more problematic than me for like gear reasons than it would be for someone like Choice or something, right? So I don't know. Maybe Maybe that's not an actual problem. Maybe that's just me like coping with how to be a gearlet, and so it doesn't work super well for me. But I personally have a problem with that. I only bring this up because you mentioned speeding up the grab animations. I'm assuming you mean the grab fail animations.
I mean, I actually think maybe even speeding up the attempt a little bit, to be honest. What Gonzo the Zerk said, just remove the animation grab fails, it lasts forever. Now, remove it entirely, or you mean shorten it? Because I think all classes need to have some sort of fail animation. If there's no fail animation, it's like, I don't know. Then it shorten it. Okay. Yeah, because like they should all be short. Like maybe just the standard, like the like Suicide Fall one is a good, where it's like you're minorly stiffed for like a half second or whatever. Yeah, I mean that would be huge. But I still like it needs a core. I don't know. Like the core skill thing's annoying because like with Titan Blow, yeah, like are you using Titan Blow in 1v1 the core?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, especially against certain classes, like if you were to fighting like someone with the range capabilities, right? If you're fighting like a Sork that can like quickly throw out a DOD or something like that.
Right.
Because the animation has a bitch of a fucking wind up. And this is not me saying that Titan Blow is weak. I'm just pointing out the fact that it has a fucking huge ass wind up to it, that if that entire thing is unprotected, that is asking to get fucked on.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It sucks that they took away your other CC or your other core skill. It's so weird. I mean, which of these are the least used? Like blasting? Does anyone use core blasting ever?
No. You don't.
Like core seismic, I could see some people at least liking that, so the idea of it's interesting. But like,
I honestly forgot core blasting was a thing.
It gives you forward guard, dude.
Yeah, dude, that's so good.
Yeah, I don't know. Why not just replace core blasting with core giant sleep again?
Yeah. I mean that would help for certain. That would help their 1v1 situation a lot. But I don't know. It does it really solve the problem that a lot of Zerkers are feeling like they're having? Not really. No.
You think giving them a core giant leap and removing the grab fail or lowering it doesn't solve a lot of the problems they're feeling?
Not in large scale, no. Because again, this all started with Dromang's comment just talking about an RBF, right? So no, I don't think that fixes any problems that he's going to be having in RBF.
So what would fix the problem in RBF? I mean, the only thing is just you should be able to kill people standing up with seismic is the only thing, right?
I don't know. I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure, unfortunately. Perhaps the problem will be partially fixed whenever Titan Blow is nerfed, and maybe Zerkers will feel like they can take core ground lifting again, maybe? Maybe it'll work itself out in that way? I don't know. I think a lot of Zerkers just want the range damage brought down a little bit, and the CC and protections on large-scale engagements brought up a little bit. Not necessarily the damage, but just like the protection and the CC abilities.
I see.
Although, again, this is all me trying to contextualize other people's opinions, because I personally have no problem with the way that Awakened Zerk plays in large scale right now. I absolutely have no problem with being a range spam bot, so.
Gotcha.
Hard question to answer. Moving on. Genesis says, large number of excuses outside of Lotion Mop's belief is botting/hacking, which is far more prevalent and common in all other modes of content and far less likely in PvP, where you'll be connected and dueling mostly randoms. Solely comes down to people hating on that, which they do not have. PvP talent in this case, Jesus Christ. Pretty damn pathetic, in my honest opinion. PvP progression adds more options, which would increase player counts and would allow options of viable progression. Something that agitates the fuck out of me is how BDO should be a PvE game, quote unquote. Plebs where am I? Plebs are so utterly blinded by their stupidity to realize having viable progression related to PvP would reduce the likelihood of DFS/open world PvP because there's more viable options. If you could progress in PvP, people that enjoy it would play it, increasing player population and reducing congestion of good grind spots. It's literally a win-win all around, but big egos can't take the hit of being easily called out for not having a decent PvP ranking and risk being called trash because they can't perform in ranked, which is superficial at worst and downright moronic thinking at best. It's a lot easier to say, quote, it's not good money why I don't play ranked, unquote, than it is to admit they suck. P.S. Buff suck Sage's 1v1 and outplay potential back on Awakening Ninja, and I'm loving all this protected damage. Completely forgot what it's like to continuously win in 1v1s again where it didn't come down to someone making a mistake or desync.
Glad to hear that you're having fun, man. Yeah, I don't know. Not having gear progression in PvP is weird. Even if it's like minor. I've always like stated like, dude, even if it's less, just if it's something. Dude, I did 4 hours of RBFs the other day and I got 128 mil or something. And it's like, that's crazy. That is 14 minutes in a grind spot. Like, it's so crazy. Oh, anyway, I don't know. All right, next guy.
Arathorn X says, great podcast, keep it up. Just on PvP activities getting more silver, PA may be concerned that it will affect the marketplace. Popular PvP modes reduce the total grinding time in the game and my bottleneck supply of some items, while people also consume draft/perfume, etc. Adding just raw silver as rewards could make inflation worse. More raw silver, not enough item productive activity. How PA could balance this instead of giving raw silver, rotate some reward boxes that randomly give loot items depending on which materials are at max orders during that week, worth a certain amount of silver in total. This, and then it's doing the ... thing. Can you read the rest of it to me, Frosty?
Says this could allow players to enjoy PvP and also help offset some marketplace imbalances. So here's the thing: is like when people say like, "Oh, PvP should be 150 mil an hour," no one's saying raw silver. They're just like breaking it down. Like, I'm netting this much in profit, whether it be items, materials, whatever. It's not necessarily raw silver. And the idea that PvP giving raw silver, while I am to contradict the first thing that I just said, but even if it did give raw silver, the idea that you're pulling people away from grind spots, which is producing materials, which is false. The grind spots are producing just raw silver at Elvia.
Yeah, exactly.
It's literally just Elvia, which is literally just raw silver, is also like a false notion. But yes, it should give stuff like Kaffir stones or materials to make giants drafts or whatever the hell, you know, like it doesn't really matter what it is. It's just, when people say 150 mil an hour, it's easier than saying like, man, I really wish it gave 20 Kaffirs, 15 dust, you know, pure forest breaths, etc., etc. It's just like a generalization of like whatever the materials it gives you should net you about 150 million total or whatever the amount is. That's all it is. It's not about raw silver. People don't actually necessarily mean raw silver. They just mean they should get rewards. In general.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you go back a few podcasts, we were talking about the rewards that we believe Arena Solaire should give. I think we were talking about how not a lot of money, please. Like, give us some sort of box with
Vicara
mats.
Wolf says Elvia has BMCs for Jatina pens, so not just raw silver. Everywhere in the game has BMCs for Jatina pens, except Elvia also produces 500, 600 mil in just raw silver on top of that. Yeah.
Also, while you were replying to that comment, my brain just crossed the wrong wires. Awkward Ninja in my chat said, "Speed up TB and reduce damage so you can really get in on a CC." And my brain said, "Speed up Tom Brady." What?
Oh no. Hey, Strat coming in with the raid. All right, Strat, I apologize. I just want to say ahead of time, I apologize. We wanted to have you on the show today. That was my fault for not reminding you yesterday or the day before. So we'll get you on here soon. I apologize. My mind completely blanked. That was all me, dude.
Yeah.
But we'll figure it out, dude. We'll get you on. You'd be a fun guest.
Also, I don't like you and Ogre.
What do you mean you don't like him and Ogre?
They were on Suck Zerkers in the node where we had to traverse the Calpheon Lake Island. It was frustrating as hell.
Yeah. Well, tell him to watch that fucking VOD. It was content. We both suck ass.
I watched Goldsteinberg's VOD of it, which that was funny because he kept running into the water on his horse.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting idea to speed up Titan Blow. So like maybe if you didn't feel like you had to use that core, if it was like less damage and you sped it up, then it was like, well, then it'd be a decent catch even without the core, and then you could put the core on something else. Might help 1v1 a lot. But I don't know. Who knows? Just theory crafting.
Yeah.
All right, next Matthias War.
Matthias War says, "Buff suck Sork, please, thanks." And he seemed to have skipped the awesome and meaningful Mystic change. Did we?
I don't know, but Mystic did get buffed, so I don't know. We talked about it today, at least.
Yeah, I got buffed this week, right?
Yeah.
Did it get buffed 2 weeks ago?
Well, they got PvE buffs a couple weeks ago, so maybe that's what he's referring to. Okay, you know what? Actually, so he replied to this 11 days ago. We actually didn't know that it was a PvP buff because they changed the values from when it was on Global Apps to when it came to KR and NA. So maybe he's referring to those buffs before they got changed and became PvP buffs. Because on Global Labs, all it was is PvE buffs, and then on Live, when it came out, it actually was PvP buff. So that's my guess.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Kenichi Sai says, "Thanks for your sacrifice, Frosty, and good to know that even after I quit for 6 months, Nayaashi is still getting griefed by Zerkers. At least remove Imperial restriction for tagged characters. I think that's doable. They can restrict it for trading for the upcoming trading life skill revamp, but I don't think it hurts the game any to just allow Imperials for tagged characters. And another thing, don't even bother arguing with a filthy mapper defender like Motion Mop. You'll lose brain cells from his shite takes. That way we don't give him a platform to give said shite takes about the game, unless we want PA to get any weird ideas." A lot of Motion Mop haters in
I didn't know he was a mapper defender. I'd not heard that.
I didn't know he was either. That's news to me.
Yeah, I have no idea. That was a long time ago, so I don't know.
That was a long time ago.
Oh man, Awkward Ninja he's got some stuff for you to read.
Oh, does he?
Oh yeah. This is a big one.
Was it? Oh, you're saying the next comment?
Yeah.
Oh boy. All right. First, this is the Awkward Ninja. Lovely, lovely man. First off, hashtag buff dagger stab. So that's a good start. I think Suckzerker doesn't do that much damage compared to Suck Ranger, DK, Titan Blow. I love that Titan Blow is just a skill listed among classes.
It's its own class. It is a class.
It's its own class.
It's its own class in and of itself. Do you play Zerker? Like, nah, I play Titan Blow.
That is exactly why it's so hard to talk about balancing Awakening Zerker, man. It's in a weird place. Sork, Archer, etc. to high gear, but they take low DP players down really quickly. So players like Reslar die really fast. Appreciate that to them. Where someone at DP cap like Frosty can tank it really easily. I think they would have to do a complex nerf to make the class still feel playable. Like Fearsome Tyrant has a 45-second cooldown, so it should be punchy IMO. The CC is what I think is more oppressive than the mobility. The spec does have 3 or 4 more protected CCs, if I remember correctly. Fearsome Tyrant having 2 times CC attempts and being protected is overkill with the damage that it does. This is my point. Yes, I agree. Also, doesn't Reslar have 309 AP? It is just the DP he needs, so like of course he can kill Cho fine. Stamina wise, it is Shake Off that costs 200 and Tackling Rock that costs 200. Stamina is really easy to manage. It is also basically a new spec and might actually fall into the people have to learn to play against it a little bit, as much as it is a meme to say it. Okay, first of all, I am 301. I am 302, 302, which is 301 bracket without an accuracy accessory. And I feel like that's like the standard thing that everyone has. They're like 305 or 309 with an accuracy accessory.
Yeah,
so let's get that out of the gate.
You're working on it.
Let's get that out of the way real quick. Also, I'm Nuver, not Kudum, which is another big distinction. Because you got people like Frosty that are like, oh yeah, I'm like 305 AP with a fucking Kudum.
I'm
Nuver.
303 with a Kudum. And 2 accuracy accessories.
He has 1 more AP than me with 2 accuracy accessories and a Kudum while I'm using a Nuver. Alright, so let's get that out of the way first of all. It's not like I can kill Cho because I'm geared. Okay, let's just get that out of the way. I sort of agree with Reslar, but also people progress their AP way more than DP. 309 AP versus 350 DP isn't really a fair comparison, where I would say 309 AP executing a full combo kills someone. I also feel like people lie about their DP and have always been, or rather that DR and evasion matter far more than your actual DP, since there's a lot of quote-unquote fake DP out there. A lot of people skip gearing DP 309, 309, 309, and then complain they die too fast. Frosty, do you have any thoughts? We're gonna take this one at a time.
No, he's spot on. It's like one of my pet peeves whenever, like, I don't know, the other day, I was saying in my chat the other day, there was someone, or not in my chat, and I was in voice, and this dude is like whining about, oh my god, blank, this class does so much damage, and this class, and he was naming classes that I don't even hear people complain about their damage ever. And he's like, oh, this class does so much damage, and it's like, what's your DP again? He's like, I'm 331, and it's like, well, yeah, you do realize like all these people are like 305 AP. Like 331 these days is just not the same because like people have gone up to 305 and 309 so quickly. It's Lorenz. Yeah, it's basically Lorenz. That's how Lorenz is. Every time Lorenz says, God, this guy does so much damage, he's like 356 DP human damage on a ranger.
Right. Yeah, dude, our last node war in the desert a week ago was really funny. We fought I forget who it was. I'm blanking on who it was, but they had Ham and Kafu merking for them, and Kafu was on Lahn, and watching the VOD was so fucking funny, because just every class that like CC'd him or killed him, he'd just be like, dude, that class's damage is just crazy, like, and it would be like the most like nonsense, like a striker would grab him and like one combo him, and he's like, dude, Striker's damage is way too high right now.
Striker's damage is way too high. He's not wrong.
I know,
that was a bad example.
It's everyone who CC'd him or everyone who killed him. You just find what class that was and be like, dude, that class is crazy. It's like, dude, everyone's crazy right now. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah. No, there are a lot. That's the other thing, too. There are a lot of classes that have crazy damage. It's just hard to gauge damage when you have 330.
Everyone's doing a lot of damage right now. I don't know, it's just funny. This is really funny. It's a funny VOD to watch. He also... The irony of Kafu of all people complaining about us having flavor of the month rerollers was also very funny to listen to.
Oh no.
All right, moving on. I'm also interested in finding out what classes can't easily 1cc combo kill someone at high AP versus like C9 or whatever was being said as the DP people were struggling to combo at. Thinking about it myself, I got Witch and Wizard, but they got buffed again last week, so I don't know if they will stay like that.
Like, you mean kill people off of only a single CC? Like, if I get a float, they die before, I don't have to re-CC? Against people that are C9, I don't know, that's tough because classes play so differently, so it's not always the same. Like a class still can do insane damage but require a refloat. So I don't know, that one's kind of hard. That one's like too vague because the classes play so differently, but...
Well, but he says 1cc combo, so I think he's talking about a full combo. Like he doesn't know about anyone that can't one combo somebody.
He said 1cc. Wouldn't you say...
He says 1cc combo.
But isn't a 1cc combo like trying to kill them off of just a float? Or just one singular... Isn't that what he means? I mean, he's in your chat. Tell him to clarify. What is 1cc combo?
Yeah, awkward. What are you saying here? Clarify this. Alright, moving on. Well, I'll tell you what he says when he replies. Where was I? I would really like to see some more offhand choices along with the Lightstones, maybe more tanky options like a true DP boss offhand, and maybe one that specializes in special attack damage.
Here's the thing.
I'd be interested.
I love special attack damage. I don't think they can keep adding more special attack. I think he means special attack evasion. I don't know if they can keep adding more special attack evasion, because at some point, because now we're at 30%. If you have a charm elixir, 40%. If you have the new Lightstones, it'd be like 43%. But if you go like, you add another 10-15%, that means like people with like crit and all that is just dropped down to 0. It actually means that the for the most part, the damage you deal while standing up remains the same, but the damage you deal to people that are CC'd is lowered, which is like, I feel like opposite of what is a problem, right? Kind of. I mean, it does still affect your standing up because crits, but like now it's just down attack, gets hurt, air attack, float, like all the things where it's like, you actually finally CC'd someone and now your damage is just mitigated. I feel like your standing up damage is what's too high right now for most people. Like, even if you don't CC me, I'm dying kind of thing, you know?
I think I'd agree with that. I think he means special attack damage, though.
But he said a true DP boss offhand. So special attack damage with a DP boss offhand is kind of weird, right?
But I think he's saying two separate offhands. Like
well then
he's
disregard. Then disregard everything I said. I misunderstood. Okay.
Yeah, he's saying like a DP boss offhand, and then another one that maybe specializes in special attack damage.
Got you.
I think is what he's saying.
I disregard. I apologize.
That's what I was trying to figure out. He still hasn't said anything, so he might be AFK, who knows. Get behind Titan Blows. If they fuck up, they don't have an attack speed buff. Musa meanwhile can get behind it before the second shot comes out. I would really like them to take the damage down even more than it should get, just to be sped up, because it feels really bad on both sides right now, because you are really vulnerable and it does too much damage. I agree. I think lowering the damage and speeding it up would probably be a smart move. Split shot does more damage off cooldown in PvE, otherwise it is the same as pre-rework damage-wise. Really?
Yeah, I think I was asking about their PvE, saying like what is something like nerfed in PvE, because I keep hearing remember we were talking about like Zerker saying that their PvE is dog shit in Awakening?
Yeah.
And so I was asking like, why did it get nerfed somehow? I think he's responding to that.
Interesting. Okay. Final aside. When was the last time? Good lord. When was the last time Potion Shop played BDO? 150 mil per hour, OP. When you start the game, you make 300 mil an hour at Sulfur Pila Centaur. Life skills are a bit of a meme for new players. Why is grinding so much money when it gives skill EXP and combat EXP /S? People are really hating on old Lotion Mop over here, dude. I feel bad for him at this point.
Yeah.
Thymus. Instead of Christmas, it's Thymus.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like they've messed the game up too much for this discussion on tankiness and such. E.g., Suck Ranger will get melted by essentially any class unless you vastly outgear them. Like that entire class is do all the damage, die to anyone who wants you dead. Now if you increase tankiness, well why the fuck would you play Suck Ranger? Better to play Archer or a Mage or something. That's not to say they won't do it. Obviously they have historically left some classes in the dirt for a good long while, but yeah.
I mean, it's a valid concern, right? It's like if the only thing you're good at is killing really fast, if that's like the one primary thing and everyone gets way more tanky, then is the class going to be useless or useful? But I still think that there's a balance where like a ranger can kill me from range. Do they have to do it with only Tearing Arrow?
Right.
You know what I mean? I don't know. But his concern is totally valid, right? If you overdo it, then some of the classes
isn't
I feel
this
like
just isn't this just the Musassin discussion all over again? Where they're like, I don't want to be over nerfed. It's like, well, yeah, you shouldn't be. It's like, yeah, so I shouldn't get nerfed. It's like, no. Like, didn't we have this exact discussion with Musasa in the podcast Discord before the Musa nerf came out, where he was basically arguing that like he's afraid they're gonna over nerf it, and everyone had to keep telling him like, yeah, dude, hopefully they don't do that, but it still needs to be nerfed.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, but they're gonna over nerf it. It's like, yeah, but that's not the goal. and it needs to be dealt with.
Yeah, right. Well, there's, I mean, it's kind of the same thing I always say about a lot of things. It's like you can't be paralyzed by, like, if something is a problem or something could be more fun or something could be better, being paralyzed and like, yeah, I'm not going to change it though because it might have another consequence. You can consider that, but to never do it because of that is just like, oh, okay, so I guess we just leave everyone's damage crazy.
Yeah, for sure. I always something to take into consideration, but it shouldn't be like the single deciding factor or anything. The Fang says I would want to try Lost Ark, but there is no server for my region, so I'm not sure if I want to play an MMO while having 300 plus ping.
Yeah. I wonder what region are
Unfortunate.
you, Fangs? I wish you said. Be kind of curious. But yeah, I mean, it's only really going to be like South America, NAEU, right? And then like even Oceanic server, I think a lot of them are going to be playing Western server.
Hmm.
So I don't know.
Dreadspark says, yeah, sounded rough last podcast, Frosty. Sorry to hear you miss Siege, and I hope things have been better this week. Also, hello, Reslar and Nene. Not Nine? Nene? I don't know how you would pronounce that. His
Snake.
name is Nayashi, but whenever you type it like that, it looks like Nene.
Nay.
I don't know. Nene. Alpaca. Oh, great. Shy culture is a pretty big thing for players, and I think a good portion of our community is happy to see a new addition to the class to be added alongside the donkey and mini elephant. With Dream Donkey's first birthday approaching, I'm hoping to hear news on its Dream variant becoming a permanent addition to BDO. Please no bully. Then, under another section titled PvE, they write, it was implied that Shies as possibly being overtuned in group content, specifically Dungeon and Alloons. What'd you say?
I just want to hear, let me hear the rest of this. Go on. I'm listening.
Starting with dungeons, Shies are undeniably great in Ator, but they are far from required at this point due to mechanic nerfs and bug fixes (colors), increased player knowledge, and the rework. As for Alloons, does it really matter that Shy makes more trash at a spot that is mechanically favorable for her? If this is an issue, then the answer, as it was in Secrakia, is to make the mobs immune to Misty Haze or simply make the ability PvP only. Then we can address Shy PvE more fairly, but she would likely require adjustments since she currently the class underperforms outside of Alloons based on Garmoth data. I'm not saying this because it is an all or nothing, but because it seems the issue of Misty Haze being OP has presented constant challenges to the developer team and may be a huge reason why Shy is so difficult to adjust. And then they write a fun note. Our mobility allows us to do things like 11 Elton rotation thanks to Yippee. Doesn't help as much in small pack-to-pack grinds like Secrea or Ash Forest, but the class is fun.
Okay. Now I have to preface this with I'm not advocating that Shy gets nerfed. I'm not. I think you should leave it. They're having fun. It's my only, if I had a complaint, it's that Shies have become elitist. And you're essentially in a lot of these higher end groups. If you don't have a Shy or you don't bring a Shy, then people don't want to do them. Now, he says you could fix the issue by making Misty Haze not work in Secrakia. However, Secrakia is still really, really fast with a Shy because Shy's damage now is very good and they still buff their party immensely. And then at Oloons and Vaha, okay, is it required to finish the dungeon or do the grind spot without a Shy or with a Shy? It is not required to do it. Are you griefing yourself if you don't have one? Yes, 100%. It literally cuts off minutes, like off of the Vaha dungeon, like a lot of time. It becomes incredibly easy in Vaha to do it with a Shy. Secrakia also feels easier to do with a Shy. And at Oloons, it's like not even like, I mean, it's not even a question. You're not getting 25. I mean, I haven't seen it yet. Maybe someone could prove me wrong, but I've not seen 2,500 trash without a Shy. I don't think it's possible, at least not yet. so this notion that like, it's not really required. It's like, well, it is in that anytime I'm like, hey, you guys want to do Oluns? And everyone's like, oh, do we have a shy? And it's like, yeah, no, I'm busy. Sorry, man. Because we don't have one. So it's like kind of required. It's kind of like if you go to orcs, pre-reworks, if you went to orcs, was it required to grind with a Lahn or like one of the top three grind classes? No, you could do it on an Awakened Kuno, but you're losing 300 mil an hour, so it was pretty shitty. It's kind of like the same thing. It's like, no, it's not required. You don't need a shy to do Oluns, but you're going to be getting way less trash if you don't have a shy. And I'm not advocating that it needs to be nerfed, but it is pretty fucking good at those spots. Now, I need more proof at other non-Olun, non-group spots that you guys are bad. Right now, at Secrea, and it's weird because I had this discussion with a friend of mine. He's going to get super mad at me for mentioning this, but I watched a video of a shy doing better than above average than most of the other classes at Secrea. And in Secrea, I've always liked Secrea as a measurement because Secrea is just pack-to-pack pulling and damage, like the three main things you need for grinding. And there's like shies that are doing like, whatever, 70, 800 trash. And then the response like, yeah, but that's really sweaty. And it's like, yeah, so are all of these top tier, like all of the ones that are like the best where you're like kind of blown away are people that are like going way sweaty with it. So it's still capable of being really good even though it's sweaty. So it's not horrible. You're not like griefing yourself by grinding on a shy right now. Now maybe orcs is different. I need more evidence on orcs. But at Secrea, it's not true. Like you can definitely pull really good trash at Secrea on a shy and not feel bad about being on a shy. That's all I'm saying. And this is not anti-shy propaganda. I'm just setting the record straight. That's all I'm doing.
I was waiting for it. I was waiting for the disclaimer.
It's not anti-shy. I'm just setting the record straight. Their PvE is pretty good. I play Kuno. I feel pretty happy with PvE. I can safely say if someone goes sweaty, maybe Orcs is different, but at Secrea right now, if someone goes sweaty, I think Shy is a little bit better than Suk Kuno at Secrea, but I still think that Suk Kuno and Shy are very good. And there are other classes that are a bit better than them both, but that doesn't mean that they're not good there. They're still good there. Again, maybe Orcs is different. I'd have to see a little bit more information on how Shy grinds at Orcs, but at Secrea, it's pretty all right, as well as all the group spots. All right, that's all. I rest my case. Don't be mad.
My internet's out here struggling, dude. I don't know what's going on.
Uh-oh.
It's constantly doing mini resets. I don't know what's happening.
It's probably all the news about Tom Brady.
The resets are they're so fast that like my stream isn't even like cutting off. Like that's how fast it's happening. It just like reloads my Spotify and my game real quick. It's really weird. Yeah, Shies need to get nerfed. I agree with you, Frosty. That's a good take. Greed says, thanks for the reply to my comment. Yeah, the original podcasts were so poorly managed, it was hilarious, but there's a good vibe from how homey they feel. The progression is really cool to watch no matter what, though I've always loved the dynamic of you two, and now 3 when Nayashe became a homestay. Yeah, I think like at the end of the day, that's what we always wanted. Is we wanted it to feel like you're just hanging out with us, like in Discord, shooting the shit like you would your guildies, right? Because at the end of the day, like we're not experts, right? We're just friends who play the game and want to talk about it. That's how the podcast started, and I think that's how we've kind of always wanted to keep it. That's why whenever like guests are like coming on and we're about to start the show, I always try and make an effort of being like, it don't feel like it's like an actual show or whatever. Like it's literally just us hanging out in Discord, like shooting the shit. That's all it is. We're just recording it and people like to listen to it. That's all it is. Mr. Spectacular 37 says, howdy fellas, Frosty, please tell Pearl Abyss to add weapon exchange coupons to the cash shop. I know they'll listen to you. They low-key watch you guys' show anyways. Emoji, emoji, emoji. Love the show as usual. Stay blessed, fellows. Emoji. Yeah, Frosty. Why haven't you told them to do that yet?
Do we really want them adding that to the cash shop? Like, I kind of like it.
I know Miss Frosty doesn't.
I kind of just want them to every season let it be an option for us to get for the people that want to spend their leaves on it, and then for the people that don't, they don't have to. Like,
Yeah, I agree.
They keep doing this thing where like every other season they're in there, and then every other season they're not. But like they need to just always be on the season rewards as an option. Miss Frosty said, "Fuck no." Yeah, let's just move. Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on. Moving on. Moving on. What's Murderkind saying?
Murderkind says TLDR under massive paragraph. TLDR, I'm okay with DK nerfs if people want them, as long as things currently more broken are also addressed, even if my class is nerfed first. Why? This is such a weird thing that people have to like. Is there an assumption that people have when you talk about nerfing their class where it's like, yeah, nerf you and then it's balanced?
Well, see, I don't mind so much.
It's not just this comment. There's a lot of other comments that like we've read that have been like, well, why would you nerf only me when these classes are also problems? It's like, yeah, those classes should also get nerfed. We've talked about this a bunch.
Well, I know it's the fear. It's almost like a fear of missing out. But like, so for example, I know Sakuno is too strong in small scale 1v1, right? And if you nerf us, I will totally understand and I'll get it. Now, if you nerf us and then nothing else in the game ever gets changed, then I'd be confused. So I understand that sentiment, and I don't mind that so much. The thing I always find annoying to listen to is whenever a class is clearly overtuned, like just way overtuned, and it's like, well, yeah, I really hope that they nerf this, and it's like, yeah, but what are they going to do to compensate us? And it's like, when you are too strong, you don't get compensation. That's not how it works. If something is too strong, you don't also buff it when it's too strong. It doesn't make any sense. It's like, are there other aspects of the game that need to be addressed in some situations? Sure, but it's always like when the Musa thing happened, it was like, well, maybe Fiery Crevice is too strong. And it's like, yeah, but if you remove Fiery Crevice, are you going to give us a grab or more iframes? What are you going to do to compensate us? And it's like, this isn't, you're not losing your home. Like, it's like, I don't understand the compensation thing. It's like the craziest thing. I always find it weird. I don't know. Find it an odd thing. When someone's like, hey, Sakuno needs to be nerfed, what do you think should be nerfed? I'm like, well, I think it doesn't make sense that Flash Slash recovers all your stamina, because now it has such a low cooldown, recovers all your stamina, you get to just keep going and going and going. Flash Slash, in my opinion, if you move with it, should cost you stamina, and if you want to recover stamina, you should do the version that's more punishable where you just sit in place. I'm not sitting here saying, but if they add that, they should also add this and this and give me another iframe and let me do more damage here, there, and add more protection. Like, no, we're just too strong. We don't get extra compensation on Kuno if they nerf us. We don't deserve it.
Well, I think people confuse, I think, like, there's different types of balance changes, right? So there's the nerf where something's too powerful and it needs to be nerfed, right? That's Fiery Crevice. But then you have other balance changes where the goal of the change is to like change how the skill is used, right? This would be like what Awkward suggested for like Titan Blow, right? You take away the damage, like not obviously entirely, but you reduce the damage to it doesn't do a lot of damage, and then you speed it up. This basically changes like how the skill functions almost, right? So this isn't necessarily it's too powerful, let's make it weaker. This is let's change how the skill is used. And I think people conflate those two like balance changes together when they're completely different changes that are attempting to do different things, right?
Yeah.
I think that's what it is, honestly.
Now, in fairness to Murderkind, DK is another one of these classes that I'm still on the wait and see approach. Like, I'm not hype. I'm not knee-jerk reacting nerfing DK right now. I don't think that it's there yet. Maybe I'm crazy. I know some people are running into DKs and they're like, dude, what the fuck is this? But I still feel like it's one of those things that it needs more time, because that class could easily be put into obscurity. I don't
see
know.
a funny clip.
Uh-oh, is it a DK?
It is a DK.
All right, let's see
Mina tagged one for war. He had no idea what he was doing, really. and he got inside their base at the beginning of the war, and it was just really funny how they just ignored him for some reason.
The clip is called Tag and Frag?
Yeah, he literally tagged it just for this war. And he was just like, yeah, that went pretty well.
Okay, he's got 3 kills so far. 4. 5. They literally are ignoring him. 6. What guild is
Wait,
this?
that's not there. Where'd it go? There it is.
What guild are you fighting here?
This was help brain, the filter alliance. I forget what it's called.
Cake? Kobe? I can't tell. It looks like something with a C.
Filter.
Cobra Kai?
Cobra Kai. Yeah. That's the alliance name. It's filter and somebody else. I don't remember who.
Yeah. That's pretty funny. Although it's like,
yeah, they're just ignoring him, letting him run around inside their base.
yeah, they actually are ignoring him. And on top of that, like, he's fighting Cobra Kai. Right? I know no ill will to Cobra Kai, but
Yeah, Kyokai, that's what it is. It's filter Kyokai. That's what it
Okay.
is, yeah.
gotcha. I'm gonna go ahead and
Yeah, I don't know. It's just a funny like he after war, he was like, dude, the beginning of that war, I got like 7 kills. They just ignored me the whole time.
yeah. Anyway, yeah. So DK is one of the ones I'm with murder. Like, I wouldn't nerf it right now if I was PA. I would still wait on that one a while, because there's like random people like, oh, I fought one and it's awful, and they do pop off. I don't know. It's a wait and see approach still.
DK to me is in wave 3, if not wave 4 of nerfs. It's like pretty low priority, honestly. I
These
think
waves
biggest
sound never ending.
I mean, technically they are, right? Theoretically. It's just that the waves will at some point change from
I think Rezar cut out. I think he was gonna say nerfs to buffs if I had to guess. But the waves eventually will switch from nerfs to slightly tweaking some of the weaker classes. That, if I had to guess. All right, I'm gonna move on. Comment section's going along. I'm gonna read this next one for Rezar, and hopefully when he gets back.
my internet's dying.
Oh, are you back? It sounds like you're back.
I'm back. All right, let's power through the rest of this
All right.
because my internet is like annoying the shit out of me now at this
Okay.
point. Avac Yume says, give Shy 1 protected movement skill I can chain with Hop. Give me 1 to 2 more catches. That way I can PvP a little better as AP Shy. Also, Rip Renashi edit number 1. Or give me Bard class I can PvP on, since PA said they wanted to make a class archetype for everyone. Or give me a Succubus with Dark Magic Tome, and I'll be content. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Look at PA intern.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on Succubus class?
I mean, it just sounds like Sork and DK. I don't know. I don't know what would be different on it.
Sounds like Sork and DK. There you go. Those damn hooker outfits. Smokey Treebone says, hey guys, haven't been playing so much, so I'm curious, is Maywa that stronger now compared to other reworks, or could it be it was such an underfed class, and now that it's relevant again, so many people miss the class and flock to it that they stand out? Thanks. No, it was doing too much damage.
Yeah.
It is objectively doing way too much damage.
Yeah. I think I'm not saying for sure, but I think it's in a pretty decent spot now. It still feels really strong, and it seems like people that are playing are having fun still, so.
Obvious Box says, I'm currently an Awakened Zerker main after almost a year of playing, and I think it's finally time for something new, so I'd really appreciate it if you could touch on the differences between Warrior and Striker in terms of large scale and PvE. I've tried them both at the tag event, but I'm really torn as to which to pick with my exchange coupons. I think they both kind of struggle a little bit in large scale. They're both just like the kind of like flanker outskirts type classes, right?
Yep.
I do think that Striker does a lot better with like high end gear than Warrior though, because you can go an evasion build, which is going to be a lot stronger than anything you could do on the Warrior, though. So, something to keep in mind. PvE, isn't Warrior Awakening PvE insane now, post-rework?
It's very good, but Striker is like arguably the best in the whole game right now.
Striker?
Awaken, actually.
Awaken, really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. So, there you go. There's that. Triton Ravager? Triton? I'm not sure. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but here are the opinions and tier lists of the class reworks from KR server. Can't post on YouTube. Links and comments, so here just have a black screen vid with a link to the list in the description. I wonder, what are your thoughts on this as an EU player? It was kind of weird seeing how Kuno, Ninja, Mystic, Striker, and Hash are considered unviable D tier. Here in EU, they're doing quite well, but we have a ton more melee-focused meta compared to other regions. Yeah, I saw that list, and it made me laugh.
Was that Heathens?
No, this is, what was it? This was,
Oh, shit.
they did, like, a poll of, like, KR players and, like, average, like, thoughts or whatever as to, like, how they were
Oh, Roslar cut out again. Poor Roslar.
It's doing it again.
You're back. You're back already.
It happens instantly. It doesn't take a long time. It's just annoying.
Yeah, I haven't seen that. I don't know.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, there's not, at least here, I wouldn't put any of those classes really in D tier, but in here, like, those classes aren't doing super well in, like, large scale stuff. Ninja, I don't know. They're doing like okay, I guess, but they're not top tier. I wouldn't put any of those classes in D.
All right, so this next comment has no TLDR, but I can tell you what it is. It's hi, Frosty and Rezlar are big fans of the show. Damn, just don't even address my issue then, I guess. Wanted to talk about some Sork bugs that should be fixed while they're not game breaking. They are annoying. I want to know, and I'm awakening, don't play Suck, so I don't know what that dead spec needs. Kind of relegated to PvE bot right now. And then they list a whole bunch of bugs. And then they say, I can already hear Nayashe, Rezlar, and every other non-Sork player going, yeah, but Sork has infinite iframes. Having iframes doesn't mean we shouldn't have bugs fixed. P.S. I keep making spelling corrections because Frosty reads the spelling errors. Stop attacking us. Also, why does Nayashe always not participate? It's just Frosty and Rezlar going back and forth and Nayashe going, yeah, whatever you say, honey, every 3 minutes. It's because he's constantly being greased by berserkers. Edit, Crowflare and Beat Kick would be cool as actual combo pieces instead of meme skills. Make Sinister Omens actually do something. Its only use is overshadowed by Absolute Darkness. The Sork Discord might hate you, Frosty, but it's okay. All Sorks hate each other anyway. There's a reason why guilds only have 3 to 4 of them.
That last part, Spirit of Sun, I know you know is a lie, right? There are a lot of guilds that have far more than 3 to 4 of them. Our guild being one, we have like 19 Sorks right now.
And it's a lot of them, for sure.
Yeah.
It's a lot of them. Also, I would never say that Sork doesn't deserve to have its bugs fixed because it has infinite iframes.
Everyone does.
That's silly. I would say Sork deserves to be removed from the game because it has infinite iframes. So, let's get that right.
Spirit of Sun, he only didn't read the whole thing because his internet's cutting out a lot. So
my internet's dying, and we're trying to finish this. He also yelled at me in my chat. So, like, fair, but also situation. Come on. Blood Diamond 78. Okay, I gotta get something off my chest about BDO and take what I say with a grain of salt. I love PvP. I just hate how long this game requires you to grind before you're able to fight veterans at PvP. Get full TED accessories and pin armors, and then the real grind begins. Those TED accessories, pin weapons, and armors you just acquired, they're shit. Just the honeymoon phase. Oh, did you take upwards of a year to get all that? Too bad now you need 39,770 Caphras to hit C9 on all your gear and weapons just to be relevant again in some of the veterans. That'll be 120 billion silver, please. Have fun grinding possibly another whole year for that. Man, I'm so jaded about this game, but the PvP is so addictive. I'm sorry I'm so negative about this. I also do understand that some players can PvP while being relatively undergeared and do well. I just wish it didn't take 1 year or possibly more to get full pin weapons and armors and full TED accessories and then 4 to 6 more months for full C9.
Those are valid, although you do have a little bit of a bridge where you can just do all the capped stuff and none of that matters for a long time. You can literally participate exclusively in capped sieges and capped node wars. And then for RBF and stuff, you can literally just hop on a trial and pop giants and perfume. Most classes do so much damage now, it's actually plenty.
True. Sweet says, Frosty, what did you do to celebrate Bladers being nerfed? Fun fact, Nayashe finds more PvP success in New World than BDO, at least when he plays against new players. Also, are you guys playing Lost Ark? I know, Frosty, you are, but enough about you. What about you, Rezlar? Frosty has guilt-tripped me into playing Lost Ark, essentially.
Yeah, he's playing. It's free to play. There's no reason not to try it, you know? No reason not to try it.
Space on my hard drive, the time investment. I mean, there's a couple of reasons, but it's fine.
I didn't do anything to celebrate the nerf, by the way. It's not... I felt bad for my Blader
We're
brothers.
all in mourning for Bladers, for sure, 100%. Dylan Sandgren. I'm sorry about that, Dylan. If everyone's class is overpowered, then why does anyone need an nerf? PS, what the fuck happened to Succession Striker? ... Trash. Is it trash?
No,
is it bad?
It's only bad in large scale. It's really good everywhere else. I think it's really good even in 3v3s. I know Awaken is probably better, but I think if you're really good, you can make it work. And 1v1s, it's nuts, and it's still super good in PvE. Also, I was fighting Divios the other day for a while, and Suck Striker is literally Suck Kuno. It's the same class.
Is it?
That's how it moves around.
Interesting. Connor L says, serious question. Why is Rezlar still a gearlet even though he's been playing since beta? First of all, ow. Second of all, because I'm a casual player. I don't play this game that much. I used to play a lot more. Like back in year 1, whenever the cap was like plus 15 green gear, right? That was when I played for like 8 hours a day. Do a lot less of that now. I basically node war, and that's it. And unfortunately, node war does not make you a lot of money in this game, so I don't progress much. Also, I don't feel much of a need to gear up. I'm pretty consistently in the top 10, if not the top 5, for frags in my guild and node wars. And 9 times out of 10, if I'm dying in PvP and 1v1s, it's either I made a mistake or some desyncy bullshit happened. And neither of those would have been solved if I had more gear. So I don't really care that much. So there you go. Oreo Sandwich, last comment. Oreo Sandwich said, you forgot to mention Potion Shop. Oh my god. How many Potion Shop comments have we had? You forgot to mention Potion Shop called Frosty stupid. Lamal, the conversation got aggro towards the end. Did he call you stupid?
I don't remember him directly saying I'm stupid, but it got a little heated. It got a little heated.
Did it?
Yeah.
Why did he call you stupid, Frosty?
Did he call me stupid? I don't actually remember him saying specifically, Frosty, you're stupid. But maybe? I actually don't remember.
Did he call your idea stupid? Your idea that PvP should make some amount of money?
Well, he didn't say it was stupid. He just, like, hard disagreed with it because it would change the very foundation of the game that we play.
Right. Understandably.
Maybe Genesis is saying he said my suggestions were stupid. I don't remember. But he's not wrong.
He's not wrong.
It's the Kuno agenda, you know?
He's also not right. Isn't that life? All right, that's it. That's all the comments. Anything close out with, Frosty?
No, that's it. Next week we will be God, this time next week we're gonna be talking like Lost Ark will be only 3 days away from that. We're 9 days out.
Yeah. Next week will be the Lost Ark pre-show, and then the week after will be the Lost Ark release show.
Yeah, if we have any new info on Lost Ark, we'll let you guys know then. But it'll be fun. Should be fun.
But also next week, the Arena Solaire will have been on Global Labs, right?
Yeah, so hopefully this time wait, what is the date? Well, yeah, it'll be the 5th. So
4th,
we should be seeing
right? 5th.
We should be seeing it on Global Labs that Thursday night, next Thursday night. And then we can talk about the Arena Solaire. That should be interesting.
Should be very
I'm like scared. I should be excited, but I'm scared they're gonna do something that's lame.
They're gonna make it fucking worthless.
Yeah.
And just like it's gonna be team battles all over again, baby. Let's go.
Well.
But yeah, that's it for the show, everybody. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Check out our Twitch links, our streams. Find them in the description. Twitch.tv/SoFrosty /NotReslar and /Nyashi_NA. Hopefully Nyashi is feeling better. Don't know what's going on. Maybe he's got the Rona. You know how those Floridians are. And just getting COVID all over the place over there. Thank you again to the patrons and to everybody who's subscribed to the channels. And I think that's everything. See y'all next week.